Give you another update when they get this done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate all your hard work and efforts. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions, comments? Thank you. Have a good day. Appreciate it. Seeing no other elected officials in the room, commission input. Commissioners? Commissioner Reynolds, anything?
I do have one thing I'd like to discuss, and that is that we had one of the gentlemen, I forget his name, he says it every time he comes up, but I forget it, talking about the problem with the fire in Barino and the fact that our water trucks were there and then one ran out and then another one showed up, but the fire had already restarted. I'm looking on my computer and I can't find the number, but we actually have a resolution that we passed, I think, 5 years ago, that actually requires that we get an update from the fire department about every quarter. It's a resolution calling for a timely report on the status and performance of the county fire and emergency service. I'd like to know, Mr. Macias, is that something we're going to continue to do based on this resolution request? Or is it something we're going to rescind? Or what's the status on this resolution?
I really haven't had any discussion related to the resolution. I can have it with the chief, or we can just come back at the next meeting and give another update in terms of the fires. He's been very good in terms of keeping everyone apprised. And in fact, there's a press release, and you probably will see it in your email, that went out this morning related to the 4 fires that our fire department was dealing with on Monday.
When you're looking for...
But the issue, the reason that we were doing those updates are related to the ISO. And again, we remain in very good standing. So whether the commission wants to continue to get the discussions, the presentations, we certainly can continue with that.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Madam Chair, it's my understanding that the ISO rating is also based on the amount of water that we have with the fire hydrants in the county, and whether or not we have accessible water when there are fires like the one in Barino where we were tanking them in. So we have 2 ways to address that to meet the ISO standards. One of those is to actually get the water companies to increase the amount of flow to the location and be close enough to the buildings. And the other one is to have more fire trucks with water. So I guess the reason I bring this up is if in fact we do have a problem, we don't have enough tankers with enough water to fix them, then I believe that this resolution passed on November the 27th, 2018 would actually cover a timely presentation and discussion about that.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to just have a reminder for the public that over Labor Day weekend, there's probably our trademark signature event for Doña County. I would say even one of the signature events for the state of New Mexico, which is the Hatch Chili Festival that'll be going on starting on Friday. If you're looking for information on parking, events, it's obviously, if you've been in the last couple of years, it's been moved from the airport into town, which makes a fun, totally different experience, especially in the village of Hatch. It's especially important for Doña County and the village of Hatch from an economic perspective, because this is what brings in the most people into the village of Hatch. And so I encourage everybody to come out and check out the entertainment, buy some chili, and share it out with everybody. So I really appreciate it. I did want to give appreciation also on top of the organization group that plans the event every year, but to the farmers and especially all of the workers that work hard through all of the historic heat that we've seen to pick the chili, to get it out into the stores and into your tables. So, but again, just want to give them appreciation and raise that awareness, because I know, again, it's one of our signature events. I did want to add on to Commissioner Reynolds' comment, and one of the concerns around for our fire department, the access of water across the county. And this goes back to a comment that I think I made. I guess it was more around the septic system, but I think it's something that I'm hoping as we maybe have a discussion for our strategic plan, we have an idea of how we can address the needs of public safety for our constituents, one of the issues that we have is because there are so many water associations that are not beholden to the county at all, that are not in the purview, we don't have the ability to force them to do things. And that's been one of the challenges we have as a county, is how do we bring our water associations to the table? And that's going to be an important part of our discussion, is figuring out on a growth perspective how we do that. So just as a public, if you're interested in getting involved, talk to your water association boards. See what they're doing to address the needs for fire hydrants, ensuring that they're accessible for the fire department. We have this example that was brought up today. There's another example I know in my district where the firefighters were, I think if I understood it right, were pulling water out of the ditch to try and make sure that they could address the needs of our constituents. So, and that's an emergency situation. So, our fire department does an amazing job trying to serve the community. And so we need to try to figure out how do we work with them and give them the tools they need, whether that's with the water association, I think, or the equipment, because public safety is an important piece of our county. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioner Shelter Hernandez? Nothing? Thank you, Commissioner Murillo?
Not at this time, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam
We-
Chair?
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes. I don't know how much, thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. I don't know how much everyone understands in the public about what the ISO rating is. So I'm going to take just a brief moment to explain it. The ISO rating is what determines what your insurance policy, your homeowner's policy costs you. So if the ISO rating is low, down in 1, or 3 or 1, your homeowner's policy is less. If it's a 5 or 7, it's more, and if it's a 10, it could actually quadruple from what it is today. When you compare the ISO rating that we have in the city, which I think is a 1, to ours at a 5 or a 7, we are actually probably paying at least 30 to 50% more for homeowners policies in the county than they are in city property. Now, there's no one to blame in this, so I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just saying that as part of the responsibility of this board is to try to figure out ways to support the safety of the community and to make sure that there are equipment, water, the ISO rating is down so we can, cost you less for your policies, and so we can actually save lives. Another example that just happened, I think it was last year, is we had a trailer burn, or 2 trailers or 3 burn up in Oregon mountains because they went to hook up the fire hydrant, and there was no water at the fire hydrant. So they had no way to get water. They didn't plan on that, so they didn't bring a water truck, and so we lost 3 trailers. So this is something that I know that Chief Cherry is actually, focusing on, but without this board taking some sort of action to either franchise the water companies or have the water facilities actually step up to the bar and provide better service at the fire hydrants, then we're all paying every month or every year more money for our homeowners policies, in my opinion, unnecessarily. So it's the responsibility of this committee and this commission to try to figure out a way to provide equal health, safety, and protection for everyone in the county. And that means fire service and ambulance service are certainly at the top of the list, in my opinion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other comments comments from the commission? Thank you, commissioners. We'll move on to agenda item number 1, regular meeting minutes for August 8th, 2023. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Murillo. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez. Commissioners, any corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Chair Chaparro.
Yes, and the motion carries unanimously. We will now move on to presentations. Agenda item number 2, Doña County Strategic Planning Update. Ms. Rosalinda Natividad, good morning.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners, and all members in the audience and online. Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Rosalinda Maria Natividad. I'm founder and CEO of Insight Network, and our firm was procured by the county in order to support the creation of the 2024-2028 strategic plan. And so today I'll be providing the commission and the community an update on the progress of that plan. For our agenda today, we wanted to give you an overview of our role at Insight and the approach that we prepared to ensure community and constituents, our private sector stakeholders, our county departments, and commission leadership were involved in the creation of the plan. We also want to provide some overall highlights on a SWOT analysis. So the SWOT analysis is very important and a preliminary exercise that we do prior to developing strategic priorities. This gives us an idea of where we need to leverage resources to address our internal weaknesses, what opportunities in the community and environment we should be taking advantage of, and also any challenges that are beyond our ability to control that we need to mitigate and address. In the last 3 months, as Insight was procured to begin process of the strategic plan, we designed what is called a change agenda. Insight Network leverages a certain approach and methodology for strategic planning. We prefer to present a strategic plan in an accelerated timeline. We utilize different health equity approaches that we have seen nationally, and this is in order to create a more rapid response to include community, get a strategy presented, and move forward. So our initial approach was to create a change agenda, and this has a draft strategic list of priorities and goals, and we'll be discussing those today. And then, of course, I look forward to standing for any questions. To give you an overview of our timeline and what has been accomplished, as mentioned, we prepared a change agenda. We work with the county management's office. We had an initial kickoff to discuss what types of plans we should be reviewing in our due diligence. We created an initial project management calendar so that our goal is to present a final strategic plan for adoption by or before October. We began to look at the community and populations that we wanted to survey to ensure equitable response and representation of the strategic plan's priorities. And we also discussed creation of a strategic planning committee. So the strategic planning committee includes our county manager, our assistant county managers, and ongoing communication with our commission. We also are preparing a design team. So the design team are individuals with lived experience, community stakeholders, and others that will actually be involved in the development of the strategic plan so that community is integrated at every opportunity. These individuals are being compensated through this process. In May, we also reviewed documents such as the comprehensive plan. At the onset, we spoke with community development, one of the departments that was very involved in the creation of the comprehensive plan, and we discussed the importance of alignment, that the comprehensive plan's principles, its priorities should take influence on the strategic plan's direction. So we reviewed that document, assessed ways to integrate it, and we also began an initial SWOT analysis. We also reviewed your mission statement at the county and identified some areas for improvements or review for the county department staff and commission to consider. We continued on with our county management sessions, and we also brought in some of our partners from our network. So Insight Network has not only staff that support our community partners, but we also have a network of special experts. We spoke with Fourth Economy, who has expertise in economic development and also equitable housing. And we also spoke with the International Economic Development Council, since these are also priorities that the county and commission have indicated are important. In June and July, we moved forward with looking at previous human resource staff surveys to understand how staff have been surveyed over the last 3 years, what were priorities, what were some of the themes from those surveys. And we also began to speak to organized associations to ensure that we were representing the unincorporated areas in an equitable manner. Conversations with Empowerment Congress and some of our commissioners to understand who might be those individuals to refine the strategic plan from their perspective. We've also finalized the surveys and then began distribution of those surveys. The staff received a survey in the past 2 weeks, and I'd like to make a correction. At point of submitting this presentation, we had 58 participants. We had 82 in closing. I did speak with some departments to understand the response rate and see what we could do to complement the survey outcome. Some departments have shared that they would like to have more of a workshop where they could invite their staff and create one unified agenda and really take advantage of discussing the questions that were presented in the survey. We also want to make sure that we're not over-representing survey outcomes with staff that have more hires than others, as the smaller departments do have just as much of a voice as those that have larger staffing structures. So that process will occur over the next 2 weeks, where we'll begin working and meeting one-to-one with each department, and we'll present to the commission and to the county management an assessment and analysis of their feedback. We were scheduled to come before you earlier in the month. However, I wanted to make sure that I spoke with commission so I could have all of your priorities, and the sessions were extremely helpful. And as a result, actually, one of the sessions that I held with a commissioner has led to a new piece that I'd like to ask the commission and county management to include in the strategic plan, and I'll walk through that addition shortly. Moving forward, what you can expect in September and October is continued community resident engagement. Now, I have and understand my bias and my shortcomings as a strategic planner in that I am not a New Mexican resident. And so I need to make sure that those that are receiving a survey that may be designed by me, they have the opportunity to edit it, create it in line and envision with what is important to them as residents. So our design team will actually be reviewing, editing, and vetting that survey so we can deploy it. In addition, we'll be working with the community in different ways, hosting vignettes, panels, distributing the survey technologically and through grassroots means. And then we'll also be having one-to-one interviews with community-based organizations. So we've talked earlier, Commissioner Sanchez mentioned the importance of talking with our various authorities in water, the MPOs, those that work within the field of economic development, and those require more one-to-one discussion with various scripts and questions so we can get to the deeper meanings of partnership in addressing the gaps that we're seeing in our community. Our intent is to provide you the final document by October. And if I may, I'll provide an overview of what that document will look like, and then I'd be happy to stop for a moment and listen to any questions before moving on. So the comprehensive plan, as mentioned, does provide a significant amount of influence on the strategic plan, as it should. We've included a quote for reference purposes that any planning document should leverage the comprehensive plan for alignment and to create to respect the body of work that the community did when they were asked to respond to surveys or participate in workshops. And so your strategic plan will have a 5-year range of goals and metrics and milestones. Your comprehensive plan is more long range. We're looking at a 2040, quote unquote, high altitude vision of what we want to see. It's also a regional plan that encompasses many other boards of authority and governing bodies that would work in tandem and coordination with commission, as opposed to your strategic plan where you have much more control and influence on the goals and stated metrics. You're guided by a vision and a mission that is representative of the county. And there is opportunity here for us to really dig deep and identify a new value statement and a core set of values, a vision statement and a core set of values that as commissioners and elected officials, you have the ability to leverage as you're discussing decisions. This is an area of improvement for the county's strategic plan. You'll also see a representation in the body of department level work and our esteemed elected officials. Each of them will have their own section in the strategic plan where they identify the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and challenges that are associated with their respective work, creating core values and goals, and also accountability through metrics and milestones. When we responded to the RFP, the county had initially requested 5 goals. So there was a simplicity in mind at the onset, and that is intentional. We want this document to be consumed by any individual that considers themselves a resident or a part of this community, and remove any barriers and speak to them, not at them. So this document is something that designing it in simplicity is important. It also needs to be simple, yet of course we want to hold our community and our county accountable, something that can be implemented with ease. So as we're thinking of the design of this strategic plan, we thought of the tools we would need to empower our department, empower you at the dais when you're reviewing and having quarterly or 6-month strategic planning discussion, that you're able to understand where are the challenges, where are we failing, where are we succeeding, and where can I, as an elected official, support the county in its implementation strategy. Your comprehensive plan is much larger. There are 48 goals. There's also a subset of goals and action items. They don't necessarily speak to what the county should be held accountable to, but to what the region should be held accountable to. And I'll stop there for a moment to just hear if there are any questions, any comments as I move forward to the second part of the presentation.
Commissioners,
Chair.
any comments thus far? Thank you.
The community will have an experience when they see the strategic plan. We want to post it online. We want to be able to have it seen on digital devices, so it'll be mobilely responsive, and there'll be an introduction. One of the things that we took from the comprehensive plan is the importance of historic preservation, identity, heritage. Doña has a beautiful story to tell. And many of those listening from the departments and online know our Insight brand as storytellers. We also have a grants department that respects and honors the culture of Doña Ana when we're submitting grants to reviewers who are not aware of the beauty and richness of our region. And so we look forward to providing that introduction of who we are as a community. You'll have a vision, mission, and guiding values section. And so I look forward to running through exercises with our departments, with each of our commissioners, to design a vision statement. The vision statement will be influenced by the livability principles and the vision statement in your comprehensive plan, but at this time, it appears absent. And as a note, historically, of the documentation we did review, you had a 2018 strategic plan, and it was a very robust exercise. Insight has access to all of the department level documentation, the goals they created, the metrics, their own respective mission statements, and any of that information will be brought forward as it relates to designing a vision and the guiding values. When I spoke with the commissioners, this is a component that I think we should add. I'd like to include a component about the innovation, the culture of innovation and leadership at the county. This would provide us ideas about how we communicate, respecting the chain of correspondence that happens through county management into department, to empower our commission and to know when there is opportunity to engage and have deep discussion. My background is in economic development. It's also in startup work with communities in Texas. And one of the pieces that I learned and was so excited to introduce into this process was how do we capture innovation within the county? Innovation comes from anywhere. It is unexpected. It may come from the departments, it may come from community, it may come in our conversations that we have today. And we have to foster a culture to allow for that to happen. And that by far is one of the pieces we've heard that the community is thirsty for and excited about, innovation. So there will be a section that introduces and excites the readers and those that are being called to be part of our action, our strategic plan, and how they can do that. It'll then lead into your strategic priorities and associated goals. And those goals will be focused over on the next 5 years. We believe of growing into goals. These are things that are going to be solidified and we all have a buy-in on. The piece that can change during strategic plan, the planning implementation component, is the strategy. So if a strategy is not working and we're not achieving our goals, we are not meeting our metrics, we have the ability as the county to pivot and shift, understanding and assessing our failures, because failures also shouldn't be considered a deficit. In a culture of innovation, we have the opportunity to review that failure, learn from it, and move forward with a new and different strategy. We will be benchmarking out success and what success looks like. And we'll work hand in hand with departments because those are a lever and have such great talent within each department and our elected official base to say, what do we need to accomplish in 1 year, in 3 years, and by 5 years? Now, this is a process that requires a lot of engagement from community, from departments, and we want the commission to know all of the detail. I do know some of us are skimmers, some of us are scrutinizers, and that's why all the detail will be placed in a large appendix for you. So at any time you want to review agendas, survey outcomes, assessments, the literature review that Insight utilized to build this document, you'll have that information. And I'll stop and pause one moment, Chair, if I may, just to see if Commission has any questions.
Doesn't look like any. Thank you, Ms. Natividad.
So now moving forward into what I think is the most exciting part of our presentation today and what we're going to be leveraging and moving forward into community with. We've created our draft, or as I've respected from our commissioners that have business development background, our minimum viable product. We want to move forward with community and say, what do you think of these priorities? How can we dig deeper? What are the challenges that you see? And so we have 6 strategic priorities. The first is enhanced economic opportunities. That came from your comprehensive plan. And from a perspective of federal funding, there's really never been more a time to identify external funds, create stronger collaboration, and build out economic opportunities for our community. Now, I know that there seems to be some more growth in certain areas of our districts than in others, and we want to have honest conversation about that. What are our assets in our districts? What are our resources? How can we collaborate? What do we have to do internally in order to drive economic development? And we have to define what economic development is. And if I may, I'll go down to the 4th priority for a moment, an innovative employer of choice. And the reason why I moved to this in the presentation is that in order for us to realize economic opportunities and see change within our community, we must first have change within ourselves. We cannot demand or request our community change and these priorities are realized until we see what are we doing or what can we be doing better. And so in your comprehensive plan, for example, there was a request to start building infrastructure for economic development. What do we need to do to lay that foundation correctly? What kind of guidance does the department need to provide to commission regarding that foundation? And what type of ecosystem throughout the county do we need to create, enforce, exude, represent at all times? And so this piece as well is so important. If we want to change our world, we must first change ourselves. The other components, such as the balanced, responsible, and equitable growth and development, is very key to, again, the comprehensive plan. However, this will provide guidance as far as the priorities of what we'd like to achieve. It will not dig too deep because planning for land development should be seen and referenced in other plans, including your comprehensive plan. What we've understood is that, again, as related to economic opportunities, we need to develop our various sites for land development, whether it's residential, whether it's commercial. And we also need to keep that in mind with heritage preservation. So we mentioned, for example, our Hatch Festival and this economic opportunity that booms. What can we do to ensure that we are respecting that community, respecting its heritage, respecting how it does business without exploitation? Those are some of the other priorities that we've learned at Insight Network, where many of our culture bearers in New Orleans, for example, have to be well represented, equitably paid, and that the county and the cities, or the parish and the city that supports them has policies in place to allow them to do business well. There's also healthy and safe communities. We've already seen this conversation happen. We had a community member come to the podium and speak about the concern of public safety and our commissioner's respectful response in saying, what can we do about this? How can we dig deeper? Safety doesn't necessarily just mean law enforcement. It means how we develop our land for our residents to ensure that there is not an issue with flooding, to ensure that developers are representing what they're selling and that consumers are aware and educated. Safety means that you have a quality of life, you have the accessibility to the resources you need for your well-being. So this piece, in response, and I'd like to share, there was a change in the priority list that I presented to Commission. We want to be able to integrate behavioral health within this priority. Behavioral health cannot stand necessarily on its own. There are many components that support well-being overall. So behavioral health, health, safety, and other components of how a community resident can thrive, including access to transportation, how a community is designed, are important to have a conversation holistically rather than in isolated priorities. So you may see when I come back to you to be accountable, I will have many, many discussions about this priority. Your remaining ones, also one was inspired by a commissioner, and I really appreciated the insight. It was a demonstration in that exercise that when one person looks at priorities, they see a gap. So the quality of life for those we serve talks about the basic fundamental services that the county provides to our residents. We have discussed the importance of a long-term plan for our utilities. This strategic plan, that process, will bring discussion and importance to that priority and decide how we're going to move forward. And the last does come from community. I spoke with Empowerment Congress. It's one of the first organizations that we connected with, as I mentioned in my timeline. And while the goal language is being refined, of course, all of this is just a draft and subject to as much criticism as you would like. The intent is there is a gap in understanding the knowledge base of understanding what our county can do for community. And we'd like to close that gap. And having a transparent process on how decisions are made. This is not to indicate that the process in place is not necessarily transparent, but we want to speak with community to understand, again, how can we speak with you, not at you? How can we address terminology? How can we provide a place and space where you feel safe and ready to present your perspective? So these, commissioners, are your current priorities and are just the tip of the iceberg. This is what everybody sees. But just like an iceberg at the very bottom, we have to do the deep work. We'll be working with departments to indicate what type of metrics, milestones, strategy are aligned with all of these items. And I'll stop there for questions.
No questions, Ms. Natividad, but I think this is an excellent beginning, and I'm so happy
Thank you,
that
Chair.
you are helping the county and this commission, because we have wonderful commissioners, in my opinion, and we're ready to move forward. So thank you for your help.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Sanchez.
Ms. Natividad, would you be able to go back to the last slide? with the priorities. I did want to, I really appreciated the discussion that you had kind of hitting on the innovative employer of choice, because I think one of the most important things, as you point out, is trying to make sure we set the foundation from the counties and from our employees, making sure that if our employees are, feel like they're doing, I think they're empowered, and it can be in so many ways it can be empowered, but I think if they do, then really that will truly affect the constituents that they interact with on a day-to-day basis, because no doubt that with much respect to my commissioners here on the dais, all of the true work that happens in the county happens because of our employees. And, along with that, I really hope, and I think you kind of touched on it a little bit, was that opportunity for communication. Because one of the things that I think many of our employees may have, or at least I feel like many of our employees may have some suggestions, ideas, things that they see when they're out working with the public, but many times they may be reserved or don't want to necessarily approach a commissioner and have that type of feedback. And so I hope we can try to foster that type of communication so that, as you mentioned, I think the commission are educated and can make the best decisions, at least looking at what will come out of this strategic plan and really help implement it. Because I think it's going to be important that we as commissioners, hopefully we start as we move forward and we get to a point when once we have a strategic plan, that we keep that in mind with all the decisions that we have, and that we actually have thoughtful conversations, actually have a plan where we're not doing things last minute. And so, but I really appreciate all of the thought that's kind of gone into this, and I think it's a good start for us. I think, as you mentioned, kind of condensing it into smaller goals in hope to achieve towards a comprehensive plan. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez.
Chair, Vice Chair, may I respond?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioner Sanchez, you shared much in that statement, and I just want to express my appreciation. The other piece that I wanted to share was when talking with staff, they are your most important asset. Human capital is so important. And we must also recognize from an environmental scan where we are today, it's 2023, we just survived a pandemic. So in response to, for example, the response rates on the surveys, I thought where we have so many staff, how did the response rate happen here? And as I started to talk with some of the departments, the idea of innovation is very exciting, but they are working through a heavy plate. And they are excited about having direction, having strategy, having unity. And I think we just need to also think about pace. I know for myself as a CEO, I'm always aggressive for change. I push, I want more. I need a new service line. We need to do more for our community. It's not enough. And my staff also provide me a sense of we can do that, but at this pace. And so I think also as we look at the milestones and the metrics, commissioners, if we pace ourselves too quickly, we may not have a realistic strategy. And I just want, that is one of the things that I've seen in strategic planning. I have worked with states. I worked with the Texas Workforce Commission to integrate Texas Education Agency when legislation changed. I worked at the national level trying to awaken the sleeping giant when it came to civic engagement, and we were too aggressive. And we didn't hit the mark. And I felt accountable in that sense. And what I want to do for the county now is just say, commissioners, I will always be honest with you. And I feel that it's very important to think through in the last 3 years where we've come from and where we want to go, that there is some effort to address the level of growth. And innovation doesn't mean new. Innovation can mean change within. It can be, we saw Don Bullard and the innovations that he made earlier, and I appreciated that, the hundreds of thousands of dollars that he was saving, and that was innovation. And so where can we source that? So I just want to thank you, Commissioner Sanchez, for highlighting the importance of employees and highlighting the importance of digging deep and also holding ourselves accountable, because our strategic plan also tells us what we have to say no to in order to realize our goals. So thank you, sir. Any other comments on this part of our presentation?
Thank you.
And I know that you all have a full agenda, so I'll just go through one more slide, and then the other slides are more of reference. And again, I'm happy to meet with the commission. I plan to come regularly to the BOCC for discussion with you all. What we wanted to share is a demonstration of respect to the body of work that was laid for us at Insight. We're very thankful for the authors that created the 2040 comprehensive plan. It wasn't an easy feat, and we saw that they were trying to peel back an onion. They had priorities that had goals, and then those goals had strategies, and those strategies had goals. So there was a lot, and we greatly appreciate that body of work. I wanted to share that we feel that those livability principles should be kept and honored in the strategic plan because they came from community, and that is a demonstration that we're listening. It needs to be updated because since that plan was created, much has happened. We also want to keep the importance of future development plans. Those goals that were highlighted are going to be reflected in the strategic plan. We would like to revise the comprehensive plan's priority of broadening economic opportunity because there is opportunity to go deeper into economic development. The plan, of course, was regional. We, as discussed, I've got water and transportation as an area for us to discuss more. The county has significant opportunity to influence and to drive change. And we need to understand how to do that with the resources we have when we may not be the decision makers on the policy to actually ensure change happens. And the remainder is enhancement of public services. We want to revise that again to go deeper with public safety. The county, in this priority, they talked about education, and that won't necessarily be a component that you see within the strategic plan, because education is something that we will work with our leaders in the education sector and talk with them, for example, about the priorities that we have in economic development. We need to make sure we have a workforce prepared and ready. How can we as a supporting partner or a facilitator support our education community of decision makers? So again, you'll see some layers in the strategic plan that will provide on what we own, what we have the ability to change, what we can influence, where we will be collaborators. So it's very clear as far as our direction of what we want, what we believe, what we stand for, and what we stand against. And this is where I'll end my presentation at this time, unless there are additional questions that the commissioners would like to ask me.
Thank you, Ms. Natividad. Commissioners, any comments, any questions? Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Natividad, thank you so much for your effort in doing this, and we appreciate you coming and explaining to us where we are in the process and keeping us on top of what's going on. We appreciate it. Also, I would like to kind of echo what the whole thought process here that as I see it and make sure I understand what you're saying. I know economic development is important because without economic development, we have no growth and not enough growth in the county in order to provide the jobs to keep our children here. Okay, it also is a basis for funding things like better safety, more services. It also is a basis for putting us on the map so people really want to be a part of the community and they want to come here and they find what they need here. So, I mean, having that right at the top on your list, I think is quite important. So thank you for that. I also like the holistic approach of trying to understand and take measure on where we are to see if we are where we should be or we need to think about ourselves first and make a change for what we do and how we do things. And I think that's also relevant. I get up in the morning before I go anyplace. I always look in the mirror because I'm so handsome. No, it's because I also want to make sure that I'm prepared for what's coming. And I think to take a reflective look at the county is the same process. We have to stop and take a reflective look to see where we are, to really totally identify what our challenges are and what we do need to change before we actually take the first step to make that change. And I think you've identified that correctly as well in your assessment and also in your presentation. So thank you very much. I look forward to a lot more sessions with you involved in the process of our change. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other comments, commissioners?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Sanchez.
just one more. I think I'll echo Commissioner Reynolds' comments where I hope we can continue having, as we kind of go through the development and finalizing of the strategic plan, that there are continued discussions, hopefully substantive conversations with all the commissioners. And even I think is I would hope that the commission, as we move forward and maybe even as we get to finalization of this plan, that we all express, any concerns or, what's important to us, because I want to make sure that when we have all 5 of us here in this room and we can actually have a conversation with each other, that we can express, kind of where we would love to go and see and make sure those are captured, because I believe it's important, again, like I said earlier, that when we make decisions going forward, that everything that we do should try to keep in mind the strategic plan, because I think not only will it help us, give us direction, but if there's ever a point in which I have a discussion with a constituent and they ask me, why'd you do this, why'd you do that, I can point to a strategic plan and say, this is why we did it, this was the goal, this is where we're going. And even if it's a project that may not be in my district, I can point to say, Commissioner Chaparro's district will benefit because it will have, and point it out why we can benefit from these things. So like I said, I'm excited to see this moving forward, seeing the plan, and looking forward to where we're going with this. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Anything else, commissioners?
Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yeah, so I actually love the part that you talked about how some departments within the county structure was looking at doing a more unified department plan. I think that's great because I did go further in your presentation and you put down historically a lack of community participation in planning efforts and stuff like that. And that's exactly kind of probably what you're gonna be dealing with a lot, is getting the community, getting the county to really engage in those conversations with you about what's needed. And then we kind of fall back into a rut of dealing with things that we've been dealing with for years. So I'm really excited about that. I hope we can actually get that going. I think that'd be a really great place to really jettison us in the right direction as far as it goes with how the county deals with things within the county. Something else that I really enjoy and I'm really excited for was your priorities and your goals, listing those 6 with the economic and the balanced responsibility, growth and development and all those. I think those are great. I really do want to say thank you for the quality of life portion of that. I think that's really big. And, now that Commissioner Sanchez said we should be voicing what we really are looking at, college students moved back into the dorms and they're back in town as of last week. I have a bunch of employees that are college students that can't find an apartment for this semester. So they're seniors and they're either going to be living in the dorms or trying to find an apartment because there is none available right now. So I think that's a huge issue that keeps rearing its head and then it goes away for a couple of months and then it comes back, is we have a huge housing crisis, especially for affordable places to live, whether that's apartments or homes or anything like that. I think that's something that the county really needs to look at. And I think we need to team up with the city of Las Cruces and see what we can do, what is in our purview to get done, because I literally have 3 employees that can't find a place to live this semester. So I just think it's something that we really need to focus on as a commission. I know that we've talked about it multiple times, but it's back, semester's beginning and there's a lot of issues there. So that's something that I would really like to point out. But thank you for this. This is great. I'm really excited to see where this goes. October is right around the corner. So kudos to you and your team for being able to do that, because it gives me a little ansias just looking at all this and what you have to do. But thank you so much again. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Anything else, Commissioners? Commissioner Sanchez.
Just one quick, and I appreciate the Vice Chair jogging my memory. I did want, I don't know if it's at all possible or if it's been part of this process. So I guess it's a question and comment. I would very much, appreciate if there's any type of way in which we can look at the municipalities and the strategies they have and seeing how they tie into ours. I don't know if you've already done a little bit of that, Ms. Natividad?
Madam Chair, may I respond? Commissioner Sanchez, yes. Sorry, there's many responses I'm excited to provide. First, Commissioner Sanchez, our process is to look at the strategic plans that relate to the priorities. This would also include, for example, City of Las Cruces' strategic plan, their comprehensive plan, and having conversations with their specific department that oversees the strategic planning process. All of our jurisdictions, those that are formal and informal, because you do have community organization that creates a sense of strategy. You also have nonprofits, for example. You recommended talking with LC3 Collaborative, and Health and Human Services was kind enough to provide me their strategic plan. And in my SWOT analysis, one of the things that we've seen is many of these strategic plans are in process of being revised or completely redone for the next 5 years. So it's extremely timely to do your strategic plan right now so that it changes our conversation from being, these are our priorities, to let's adapt and review our priorities together. So absolutely, Commissioner Sanchez, we will be speaking in our stakeholder interviews and one-to-ones with that regard. And we're also aware, and I think that's what supported our successful receipt or award of this RFP to complete the plan. We're also aware of their interests on the funding side. So whether it's Hatch or City of Las Cruces or Anthony, for example, we've already discussed with Las Cruces in previous conversations on funding the importance of addressing violence. And that's also something the Vice Chair had brought to our attention. So absolutely going to be integrated. The other item I wanted to just bring up was Commissioner Reynolds. In our discussion, I appreciated that there was a review of the priorities, and because they're in a list, one might assume that's prioritization. And so I just wanted to also share that enhancing economic opportunities is not more important than quality of life or innovative employer of choice. And we're looking forward to presenting that these priorities they have weight, they have merit each and on their own. And then the other piece, as far as Vice Chair's comment for the housing, you've given me another layer to think through, is that we can't look at our community in one point in time. We have to look at our community because it changes. Economics change our community, and so does school starting. Our population grows by a significant amount with our agricultural community, migrant workers that come in at a certain time to provide services. And how does that affect our housing? So we have to understand that community isn't one lens. We have to think of it throughout the year. And that will also, it's election season, right? And so there's other priorities that come throughout the year as well. So I appreciate that interesting dynamic and shift, Vice Chair, to how we should approach and discuss challenges that are in our community. Might not be present now. They might be present later, et cetera. And I think that were all my closing items to respond to the commissioners.
Thank you.
Anything else, team?
Anything else, Commissioners? Thank you, Ms. Natividad.
My last statement to Commissioner Sanchez. Sir, I have what we call touchstones for collaboration. These are standards of excellence to ensure authentic, honest conversations take place. We at the Insight only have so much time in front of you at the dais. And so we would definitely want to, and I just want to applaud you for saying we must have honest, authentic conversations. And I'll share those standards with you all so that we have our rules of how we work together as a team, and that I will respect all your constructive criticism when received. Thank you all so much. Have a lovely day.
Thank you. We will move forward now to agenda item number 3, the benefit of smart meters. And Mr. Montgomery, you do not look like Grisel Ramirez. So will you be presenting or will Ms. Ramirez be presenting?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Eric Montgomery, Regional Director for Government Affairs for El Paso Electric. I will not be presenting today, but I wanted to take the opportunity. You're welcome, Commissioner Reynolds. I wanted to take the opportunity to introduce my colleagues so that you'll have that, but also give you an update on the power surge that we had a few moments ago. And what we've been able to determine, a piece of material flew into a substation jumper, which had trickle-down effects. We were able to reroute power through other circuits. We have a crew that's going out to the substation to make necessary repairs. Certainly an unfortunate instance, but happy that everything is up and running again. On to happier news. We will be discussing smart meters, and I've brought two very esteemed colleagues of mine to the commission to talk about smart meters. First is Grisel Ramirez, who's actually in charge of our smart meter program, and I'll let her do a deeper introduction about herself, as well as George De La Torre, who is in charge of corporate communications and specifically the customer education plan associated with AMS. And so at this time, I'll have Grisel take over. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Ramirez.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Thank you very much for this opportunity. We're very excited at El Paso Electric to present this project to you. This is the smart meter projects. So, sorry, I apologize. Oh, right here. So, to start with, this project is very important to El Paso Electric, not only because it's going to help us to help us achieve our environmental goals to be carbon-free by 2040, but also it's going to bring plenty of customer benefits. So, we're very proud of El Paso Electric that we're the first electric utility in New Mexico that is going to be implementing smart meters. And to put things into perspective, you may think, a meter is a meter. What is so important about it? But let me introduce you to the smart metering world. Remember that transition when we went from analog cell phone to a smart meter, right? A phone was a phone. You will be able to make phone calls, maybe some texts, but with the smart meters, you're able to surf the web, make payments, download applications, email. Actually, a lot of people work from their home now, phone. So this is exactly that same transition that we're going to go through with smart metering. The smart meters are going to be connected to a network, a communications network, where we're going to be receiving remotely meter reads. For residential customers, it's going to be 15 minutes. For commercial customers, every 5 minutes. Also, we are going to be able to connect to the meter remotely to be able to run analytics, troubleshoot the meters, and do a lot more things that that our current meters do not allow us to do. Very important is you have to think about right now, we're constricted by 1 meter read a month, and we have to send somebody out there. Now, by the electric utility being able to connect to the meter remotely, now it opens the world to a lot more capabilities for us to implement programs, because now we have the reads to validate that the customers participating in those programs, that we can have the inside information about the customer needs so we can develop better rates to accommodate to those needs. We also have the insight of what is the demand from our customers, what do we need to prepare our grid for, and so we can meet their demands. So it's technology opens a world of possibilities of what we can do. And let me go more into these customer benefits. These smart meters will send us alerts whenever there's an outage immediately. So right now we rely on customers giving us a call to inform us of an outage. and we have to look into these calls and see what's going on in our grid. Now we will be able to ping the problem, exactly in the area to the feeder and send our crews directly. That's one of the most important benefits, especially for the elderly, that they don't know where to call, how long am I going to have to wait. We will be able to send either their selection an email or a text letting them know that they're undergoing an outage, and that they actually, it's going to take so many minutes to restore the power, so they don't have to worry. Also, this is something that we all go through. If you look at your bank statement, you have a thorough classification of where are your expenses, when do you have your expenses, in what do you spend, and you're able to control your expenses, right? In this case, when you get your bill, we only have a 1 monthly read. You don't know what do you use it for, you don't know how much is going to be your bill, you don't know that if there's any ways for you could have control probably your usage and have a better bill, right? So with these, by having us this information daily information about your consumption, you will be able to see in your customer portal how much energy are you spending. Where are you spending your energy? Is it going to be lighting, your air conditioning, your laundry, your pool pump? So, very similar to your bank statement. So you can make better decisions and check, well, I'm spending 30% of my bill is going to my AC, maybe 50%. Should I lower it and save more money on my bill? Also, something that we're working on we're going to be developing pilot programs of different rates. So we don't want to constrict the customer to spend less energy, but to spend it when it costs less money, right? So for instance, during the summer, energy is more expensive during peak hours, but you can shift some of your laundry hours to maybe in the morning, maybe late in the afternoon, and it will cost you less. So this is part of the education that we also have to work with our customers and our community to inform them of the best ways. But with this project and by customers creating an account in our customer portal, we will be able to provide these saving tips based on specifically is customized to their own use. And we will be able to recommend also better rates that can save them money and estimate how much money would they save if they move to this other rate. So also these technology will allow us to maximize the customer experience. Right now, like I said, we relied on 1 monthly read. We don't have a way to determine if somebody has a high bill, what was the reason for those high bills. We assume sometimes that it's due to weather. Maybe they have more family people in the household or changes that they have done. But in reality, we don't have that information. So now we will be able to assess what were the changes that you did in your patterns, in your behavior, in your household that lead to a high bill. Also, like we said, we're working on pilot programs that is going to open more opportunities for customers. And by us having visibility of what is the demand from our customers at what hours, we can prepare our grid to meet those exact demands, prepare our transformers, our relays, and we don't end up with surprises. So this is an example of what the customers are going to be able to see in their customer portal. Like I said, we're going to be getting 50-minute rates. So the customer can choose to look at their daily use to see what is their patterns, how much energy am I consuming, is it related to weather, and also they can drill down to the hour as well. So they can see, well, I'm consuming definitely more energy during, from noon to 4 o'clock. And based on that, we will be also, like I said, in the same page, we will be able to provide some saving tips. Maybe you need to change to another rate, and this is estimated savings. Maybe you're consuming higher than an average on your lighting based on the size of your household, the size of your family, and we can determine that through data analytics that are part of this project and give you that insight so for customers can have more money in their pocket. One of the things that more smart capabilities that we're implementing is the forecast. We start seeing a trend of your consumption being higher than the same month last year. We can send you an alert and say you're projected to have a high bill. Maybe you want to look at your what is the estimated what is the energy consumption that you have at this point, and maybe you want to make some accommodations on your energy usage as well. We're also going to have budget alerts. You can set up a budget and say, I only want to spend $50 on my bill this month. Let me know when I'm 50%, 70% close to reach that budget, so I know I can control my energy usage. So, these are, information is power. And again, I'm gonna rely to the analogy of your bank statement. What would you think if you get your bill and you only have a total at the end of the month? You would say, when did this happen? Like, I didn't know about, if I know better, I would have controlled maybe some of the expenses, especially when there's a high bill statement, right? So this is exactly how we're trending, so we can provide this customer the visibility of the energy use and also how much it's costing to them. So they can make better decisions, so they can maybe, like we said, they don't have to consume less energy, but change your behaviors to accommodate when the energy costs more. When we have excess solar, for instance, if somebody has an electric vehicle, we want them to charge at night when we have the lowest rate. So those are the things, the education that we also going to be presenting in community meetings and with different organizations, and that's also what we're here for. One of the most exciting things, like we said, we're going to be connecting to the meters remotely, so no more waiting. If somebody needs to move to another location or they're relocating to another house, they can, give us a call. They don't have to schedule in advance, shut down a service over here, and then scheduling for the next day in the next home. Now everything can be done in a matter of minutes, and that is also an opportunity for better customer experience. So there's concerns always with technology, and there's some misconceptions. So one of the things is saying, well, if you're able to connect to my meter remotely, are you going to be able to, is this meter going to be able to connect to my thermostat and control my thermostat? Those are separate technologies. Your thermostat, if you're subscribed in the demand response program, that is just separate platform that you work with under this program to be able to control your thermostat, and you can get some rebates out of this program. Also, sharing this customer data with third parties. We're not in the business of selling data. We're not going to be sharing this data with any other outside entities unless the customer authorizes. And this actually was a regulatory requirement. And it's more when, like, the customer is purchasing a solar power for their home, and they're sharing that data with the vendor for them to estimate the capacity that they need under solar power. So, I mean, this, again, has to come from the customer for us to be able to release the data. Also, there's going to be a surcharge or a rider on the monthly bill. Currently is 30 cents a month, 38 cents a month, I'm sorry. And also, one of the main reasons that we want to do a very strong customer outreach is because we understand that there may be opportunity for some scammers. We're going to be replacing the meter in every home in our customer service territory. And there may be people that may take advantage of that, trying to pretend that they're coming from El Paso Electric and asking for personal information. That's something that we're going to cover, but El Paso Electric will not be asking for any personal information, any account information, or asking for any payment for repairs. Everything is going to be covered by El Paso Electric, unless it's something inside their, their home. Right. So we divided our service territory into different areas. We're going to be going into we divided in optimization area 6 and optimization area 7. That is going to be for all New Mexico. And we're going to be sending notifications to our customers that their replacement is soon to come within 30 to 60 days. And you're going to receive a postcard very similar to the one that I'm showing there. And once you're going to be seeing our installers, we selected a meter vendor. We went through a very excruciating negotiation process with them. We submitted everything to our regulatory commission, who approved the contracts and cost of the project. So our vendor, they hired TMG, Texas Metering Devices, and they're going to be being the contractors installing the meters. So we're excited. We start next month. So these are going to be the first zip code that are going to be receiving their first meters. As you can see, that area is highlighted in blue. And this is the second area that is going to start May of next year. Oops. And we want to share a video of, the installation process for people to be aware, something that we developed as part of our customer education program. And it describes the entire process.
Get ready to say hello to the future of energy with smart meters. El Paso Electric smart meter installations are underway and will continue through 2025. Prior to installation, make sure there's adequate clearance around your current meter. On installation day, our meter installers will be easy to spot with their Texas Meter and Device and El Paso Electric badges, complete with unique ID numbers. They will never request payment, personal information, or account information. The work will be completed in less than 15 minutes, and your power will be turned off during this time to ensure the safety of the workers. You don't need to be present during the installation, but if you are at home, installers will announce themselves when they arrive. They will also leave a door hanger indicating whether the meter was changed out. You can find out when smart meters are coming to your area by entering your zip code on the EPE Smart Meter website. Once you have your new smart meter, remember to create an online account with El Paso Electric. You can also manage your account by downloading the El Paso Electric app. With smart meter technology, you can track your energy use in near real time, giving you the power to save energy and money. For more information, visit epelectric.com/smartmeters.
So, pretty much the video summarizes the process. Again, we're gonna have a strong message for people to be aware of scammers. This installation is gonna take from 5 to 15 minutes. It should not very, very invasive. We understand that we have customers that are flagging our systems that cannot be without power. We will be making appointments in advance with these customers. And we do, again, we want to We want to make sure that every customer feels safe whenever we're replacing these meters. And this is the end of the presentation. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Ramirez. I have a couple of questions. What is the cost of each smart meter?
So that smart meter is around $100 for residential customers. When they go into a polyphase, more complex meter, they have a higher cost depending on the phase of the meter.
All right, and then you mentioned that the rate for rental of these meters, and forgive me if I'm using the incorrect word, would be 38 cents a month to the residential customer. For how long? Is it going to be forever, or is it going to be for a year, or?
So for the state of New Mexico, the Regulatory Commission asked us to calculate this rider in a very different way. So we are, per the commission, we have to present the actual cost of the project every year on an annually basis. And based on that, they will approve, and we calculate, reconciliate the cost and what it's approved by the commission, and levelize the cost for the next 10 years. So this year, we started with a very low cost because we just included, our expenses for customer education. We didn't have many expenses of the first 12 months, but starting up in September, we're going to be installing meters. So those 38 cents is going to increase. However, it's not, based on our forecast, it's not going to go over $2.65. And it's going to vary throughout the years. Again, this is because of the actual cost, and this is how the commission wanted us to do it.
So when you mentioned 38 cents, that's just for 1 month, but it can go up to as high as $2.65
For
per
some
month.
years. For some years.
Well, some years is, I'd like a more concise idea, Ms. Ramirez, because we went from 38 to 265 upon my questioning of
Yeah,
the
we can
cost.
present that information to you. It's public. And, but like I said, it's going to vary. It's going to look like a bell. One of the things that we do want to explain to the customers is because this technology is going to give them the tips for more saving tips, offer them, we're trying to implement better rates that can accommodate to their needs, the hours that they need the energy whenever we have a solar. So we anticipate that they're actually going to be reducing their bill to offset this cost of the rider.
So what is the total cost of the project that you're anticipating in installing these smart meters?
For New Mexico, it's $35 million and close to $500,000.
What about for Doña County?
I don't have that breakdown. I can provide that later to you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, just for clarification, the majority of our New Mexico customer base is Doña County. I would roughly estimate that less than 1% of our New Mexico territory is actually outside of Doña County.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. So it's $35 million basically for the county of Doña, and that would be the total cost of implementing this project and installing the smart meters. And when I'm talking about implementation of this program is you're including the education of the customers, and I'm assuming that's going to be bilingual, and I'm also going to assume that a lot of these persons in the unincorporated part of the county don't use computers and don't use phones.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, lots of layers to the question. To answer the bilingual, yes, we have materials and we have presenters that can do this bilingually. This is the first step in an outreach to the community to let them know and have their questions addressed. Certainly, we want to work with all of the commission as you're doing district meetings to allow us to come out and provide presentations to your constituents to help get the word out and address their individual concerns. Regarding the cost component, this is similar to how other capital is deployed throughout our service territory. When we're dealing with the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, typically we have to make an investment in equipment and then we install it. Then we have a temporary rider to allow us to bring that into rates and then have to go back to the commission to true up the actual costs. There is a full process that we go through to demonstrate those hard costs and then are able to go back and adjust the rate, which is why there's a variance between the 38 cents and the estimate of about $2.50 per month for a specific time on equipment. We approach this same method of calculation when we put in new power generation, when we do PPAs for solar, or when we have to maintain transmission or distribution lines and have to upgrade facilities. And for further questions on the consumer education portion and bilingual questions, I would actually turn this over to George De La Torre.
Oh, and before you go, Mr. Montgomery, I'd like to get an idea of the customer base that you're looking at in Doña County. How many people?
About 140,000 people.
So if we divide 35 million by 140, divided into an unknown number of years, I'll get an idea of how much each customer is going to be charged.
We are estimating around a 10-year time period.
Thank you.
And the costs at this point are estimates. Until we get the installation done, we have that work completed. It's difficult to pinpoint even the $35 million, but we're trying to be conservative in that estimate for the benefit of customers.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Reynolds?
Yeah, I have first, based on your recommendations, I want you to start doing the laundry and cooking from midnight till 3 in the morning, save more money. That's it. Something went through my mind as you said that. What I'd like to see is I'd like to see some estimates as to how much money is actually saved by the residents who actually implement this technology. So there should be some data out there if the smart meters have been there. So let's just say that my bill is like, let's say $100 this month. And when I put in the smart meter and you're charging me $10 a month for it or $12 a month, whatever the number is, am I likely to expect that I'll cut my bill from 100 to 30 to 70? I think we need to look at that data as well, because one is the cost and the other one is the value. And I always look at things, everybody looks at cost first, I always look at value. And that is, if I make the investment, what kind of return are we expected to get in understanding this technology, and what is the experience throughout the rest of the country? So I'd like to see some of the data before we move forward with this. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam
Thank you,
Chair,
Commissioner
Commissioner Reynolds, that's exactly the objective of this project. And it's part of the metrics that we're going to be reporting to the commission. So we first need to install the meters, implement, and we're going through the process of implementing pilot programs to also determine the customer's appetite for these programs, what is going to be the participation, how effective they're going to be, if they need any optimization of implementation so the customer take advantage of this. We can tell you that based on other projects in other states, this technology can save around 8 to 12% on their customer bill.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you. I think that is as relevant as everything else that you've said here today, because I invested in solar, as you guys know, and that was over a year ago. I haven't paid an electric bill in over 13 months. Okay, well, yeah, my investment was quite huge, not $35 million, but it was quite huge. And In doing so, it's going to take me about 8 to 9 years to get a return on my investment. So I think we have to look at this the same way. Aggregated over all the population, it's going to look like a lot of money. But we start and break it down on individually what we can get returned back on. And I think we have to really take that into consideration, make sure everyone's educated to the point where they say, look, you give me 10, I'll give you 15 back, or something like that. I think we need some real numbers. A pilot project is absolutely the thing we need for this community. And I think we really have to be upfront about the numbers on both sides. What's it going to cost? How am I going to benefit? I also have the smart thermostats, and you guys come in and raise my temperature by 4 degrees, some afternoons. It's happened, you've done it for 2 years, and I haven't really noticed the difference. Okay, but it has put me on a better rate and saved me money on my bill as well. So these are things that I think we are not only are important, but it's hard to educate people on how this all works. So I think that if you could be prepared to come back with another presentation after the pilot project that shows us exactly how this is implemented, what it costs, what the savings are, and then to educate everyone in whatever language as to how they can actually take advantage of it and the best practices for them to actually take, like, do I really need to do my laundry between midnight and 3 in order to take advantage of this? Okay? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds.
Madam
Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you. I just have a couple questions. I think as Commissioner Reynolds brings up a point with those that already have solar, is the intent that if you have solar, we would, as a customer, admittedly, I also have solar at my house where we have multiple meters. So is the intent that that those with solar will have to pay additional costs for having multiple meters at their
Yeah, the
property?
cost is going to be per meter because we're replacing the meter.
Okay. If those that are going to be switched over to the smart meters, does that help bring about maybe looking like you had mentioned, like maybe time of day or time of use? Would that help expedite those people's ability to do that? Or is EPE waiting until a certain point of implementation to be able to work with the PRC to create those additional rates?
So we already have time of use, right? But this is exactly what we were talking about. It opens the.
I'm sorry, hold on here. Mr. Gooden, given that we have lost a quorum,
You can continue to have a discussion.
Just wanted to make
because
sure.
There's not a vote coming on this matter.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, please proceed.
So we already have time of use, and we have to have a time of use meter, right, in order for us to enable that rate. With the smart meters now, because we're taking a read no matter what, we are already getting those reads. We can implement any type of program, and that's the flexibility that this technology brings to our customers. They can just give us a call, exchange of meters, and they don't have to wait for somebody to go exchange a meter for them and then pay an extra because they're exchanging the meter. Now they can do this at their convenience whenever they desire to, whenever they get these saving tips. So everything is, we want to offer the best customer service to our customers, to our community. So this technology may be just a little piece, but it's a foundation to enable programs, to enable, we're talking, we can get very creative on, we're having excess solar at these times with our forecast. You may get this low rate tomorrow from this time to this time. And people can get organized, they can organize their day so they can make use of this energy at a very cheap cost. So that's not a very fancy word, but that's what we're working on right now. We're developing these programs, how actually what we want to offer the myriad of diversity, like the diversity on different, because not every customer is the same. Some people work all day, some people just work from 8 to 5, some people stay home. So we want to offer that variety of opportunities for saving, and that's why we're working with a consulting company that is helping developing those rates. And the plan is that by the end of this year, we're going to be proposing those pilot programs to the commission. As soon as we get approval, we start signing up customers for these pilot programs. And based on the results of the programs, we'll get approval for implementation, for final implementation.
Great, thank you. And I think again, as Commissioner Reynolds says, I think it goes a lot to educating the public. And I think one of the things that I would love to see more of, and I don't know how many even here in the room realize how many different programs EPE has for immediate rebates and subsidized costs for smart thermostats, for going
Smart
to LED light
appliances.
bulbs. I know you have it in the marketplace, but I think it's one of those things that I guess I was able to figure out and look at, but I don't see you all out there. Maybe it's just because maybe my form of communication or media, I don't see a lot of it. And so again, I think it is absolutely important that people understand where they may have this cost, but there's the potential to save, and here's how. And I think it's really important that, if you all can continue to educate them so that they understand how they can, work within EPE's system to be able to maximize their savings. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioners, any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, George de la Torre, El Paso Electric, and I am running the customer education plan. And Commissioner Sanchez, you bring up a great point. We're definitely trying to make sure that we're using every single medium possible in order for us to reach as many residents as we can. Right now, it is a little bit more of a direct marketing of where zip codes we're going to be targeting, where we're going to be installing these first. However, we're looking to you, and I'm going to use Eric as our point of contact for you all, where we should be, when we should be there, Saturdays, Sundays. I mean, we are committed to this program and to making sure that we do educate our customers, because Commissioner Sanchez, again, you bring up a great point on so many programs that we have, and just explaining them and not making them so complex to explain them is really what our main goal is. But we want to make sure that everybody knows that this is coming, and in English and in Spanish, and that we can do this in the best way possible. And we're going to look to you all for guidance on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. I just need to ask a question. How many people are here for the P&Z commissioner appointment? Okay. How many people are here for the appeal of the Planning and Zoning Commission, which is agenda item number 19? I know one gentleman is. 3? All right, thank you. I'd like to save some time, Commissioners, because we do have members of the public regarding the P&Z Commission and also agenda item 19. So I'd like to go through the consent agenda and then move on to those that have the public attending, because they've been waiting for a long time. And I think we were trying to push forward on this agenda quicker than I anticipated, or I anticipated it would be faster than the time it is right now. So we're going to move on to the consent agenda items 4 through 11. Would any commissioner like to pull anything on the consent agenda other than for a misspelling or a grammatical error? Thank you. May I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion by Commissioner Murillo.
Second.
Have a second by Vice Chair Shaldo Hernandez. Any other comments, commissioners? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaldo Hernandez,
Yes.
Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries unanimously.
The consent agenda has a few resolution numbers. Item number 9 has 2. Resolution number 2023-62 and 2023-63. Item number 10, 2023-64.
Thank you, Brandy. I didn't interrupt you this time. I'd like to take agenda item number 14 out of order if the commissioners are in agreement regarding the appointment of one P and Z commissioner to fill an unexpired term due to a vacancy. May I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez. May I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Murillo.
Madam Chair, point of order. Do we need a motion to take something out of order in the agenda?
If there is no objection by any commissioner, then the chair can advance a matter.
Yeah, so, yeah, I don't think we need
I don't
one.
think a motion is necessary.
No,
I've already asked.
Okay.
I asked you all if it was cool with you. Nobody said anything. All right, Ms. Ainsworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item is the appointment of one P and Z commissioner to fill a vacancy that just occurred with the resignation of a member who unfortunately could not meet the commitment anymore. That term expires on April 30th, 2024. So the person appointed today will serve to complete that term, and then, of course, we would bring it back to you for another appointment at that time. We did receive 5 applications from interested individuals, and I'm going to go ahead and I'll read a brief summary of their qualifications, and then if they want to come up, I will ask them as well. So the first one is Teresa Fisher. Ms. Fisher is retired with a mechanical engineering degree and experience in project planning. She is currently the owner of Sombra Antigua Winery, a local winery with vineyards in La Union, New Mexico. Ms. Fisher believes that she will be an asset to the P&Z as a small business owner who went through the development process within Doña County. Additionally, Ms. Fisher lists a vast array of community service positions in Doña County, from being a promotora with the Colonias Development Council to a board member on the Mesilla Valley Economic Development Alliance and the Anthony, New Mexico Chamber of Commerce, to a commissioner on the Mesilla Valley Housing Authority, and is now currently on the El Paso Electric Advisory Board, giving input on the needs of rural county residents and businesses. Ms. Fisher is a resident of Anthony, New Mexico. Ms. Fisher, are you here? I don't see that she's in attendance. It's not required for them to be here, but we always give them the opportunity. The next person is Rolf K. Clint. Mr. Clint received a Master's of Architecture from UNM, and his professional experience is in design development and project management. As a practicing architect, he worked on federal government, military, and border crossing projects in Texas and El Paso, as well as designing various healthcare facilities in Albuquerque, the Santa Rosa Master Plan, and the UNM Hospital Campus Master Plan. In the late 1970s, Mr. Clint was a resident of Radium Springs, serving on the volunteer fire department, and was a builder of adobe and passive solar homes. Mr. Clint believes that being an architect, he has a social responsibility to serve the greater community while preserving the natural landscape. Water consumption, waste, and energy use are of great concern and need to be addressed in the county as the county continues to grow. Mr. Clint is a resident in the city of Las Cruces. Mr. Clint. You're welcome to come up and say a few words.
Afternoon, I think.
Well, still good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and the commissioners. A very good friend of mine was a commissioner here, Peter Cooper. You might know him. Yeah. I don't really know what to say other than this is one of the most amazing parts of America, of the USA. The people are what make it this really amazing experience to live here. I had the great fortune of experiencing New Mexico from when I was 19 years old to a period of time where New Mexico was, it's lost some of that heritage over time. It's been watered down, it's been diminished. But I had the great privilege of living within that system and living with people that taught me traditions that I'll never forget. So I'm a little emotional about this because I haven't been publicly speaking for some time, but and it's really hard for me to express how much I appreciate Doña County, the Hispanic people, and the experiences that I've had here. Commissioner Sanchez is in the district that I lived in most of my life when I was here. I now live in Commissioner Hernandez district. I was here as an architect. One of the things that is dismaying about all cities and the way they grow is that cities, when they're small and in the past, basically had a main street, had a center. And what's happened to Las Cruces, which is upsetting to me, and it's common in many, many cities. What happens is the center keeps moving, and it keeps moving, and it keeps moving. So there's multiple centers. Now, the good news is that Main Street in Las Cruces has really had a renewal, a revival. But what saddens me, because when I was here, when I was 19 and 20, Valley and El Paseo, that was the center. The tower, which is 10 stories tall, was vibrant. There was a bank in there. I used to work for that bank. We've lost that, and what we need to do is really revitalize. Because I feel personally about it, I feel like we need to revitalize that section of Valley and El Paseo, and of course Main Street is intact. But it's a common thing that happens when developers come in and things move away from what used to be the center. And I'm not saying we can reverse it. I don't know what to do about that personally. I mean, it would take developers and it would take money. I worked for many developers in New York City, and I will tell you, they really didn't really care about what they were doing. They only cared about making money. And I did a lot of multifamily, low-income housing in New York. It was a privilege to do it, but it wasn't really meant for the people. And architecture is for the community. Architecture is for basically just for the people. I mean, that's what it's for. It's not for architects. It's not to make me rich. It's not to make me famous. So I've had that privilege. I don't really know what else to tell you about me, except I'm not going anywhere. So I had moved out of this area, and I gained a lot by doing that, but I always have missed Las Cruces, and I'm happy to be back.
Thank you, Mr. Klein.
Thank you.
Okay, the next applicant is Daniel Soltero. Mr. Soltero holds a Master of Architecture in Urban Design from Harvard University. His professional experience is in leading all aspects of design, build, capital development, project management, and documentation compliance, as well as asset management and urban mixed-use commercial properties. Mr. Soltero was the senior project manager on an urban regeneration project in New Mexico and Texas, and the Luceo, a smart and sustainable city project in Qatar. Additionally, he was involved with resort development in the Bahamas and Las Vegas and a major hotel and resort in San Diego. He was also senior associate on the Union Plaza International Transit Terminal in El Paso, to highlight a few of the major projects. Mr. Soltero is a resident in the city of Las Cruces. Mr. Soltero, are you here? And if I could just ask that you keep your comments brief, there is a time clock.
Good morning, Mr. Soltero.
Good morning, distinguished Madam Chair and Commissioners and County Manager Macias. I will make it brief. There was an extensive explanation of, I guess, what the comprehensive plan was during the Insight presentation, and I'll just cover some of the points that I've garnered from a purview of that comprehensive plan, the One Valley, One Vision. Basically, that the housing costs or expenses of our community are from $674 to $718, and they're lower than the New Mexico the median household income went from 35,500 to 38,500. And basically what I'm trying to say is that the Planning and Zoning Commission is having to have responsibility over 3 of these components or more of these components really in the entire comprehensive plan, basically employment, the fair housing and development. And I think that what I bring to the table would be some of that background in master planning and helping to expedite things and having a progressive presentation to accept what is being done around the county. I'm very familiar with the zoning. I know that you have 2 parts to the zoning. You have the transect zoning and you have the use zone. The transect zone has about 5 dimensions to it. The use zone has about 16 dimensions to it. And that's basically what I'm trying to say is that I was very inspired by the comprehensive plan, and I'm here to help out in delivering and implementing it. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Soltero.
I have a question.
Commissioner Reynolds.
On your application, you didn't tell us what your current activity is. Are you currently employed?
Yes, I actually have a property management business here in Las Cruces. I returned from Qatar, Middle East, as a retired person, and I decided to make this my home. And I've been here for now since 2016, but I'm originally from El Paso, and my family is here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other questions for Mr. Soltero? Thank you. Ms. Ainsworth.
The next applicant is Marcy Teague. Ms. Teague is currently Vice President of Operations at Middlecraft Company Incorporated and Air Service of Southern New Mexico. In addition to being the owner of Vogue Real Estate Investments and co-owner of JLT Consulting LLC and J&J Motorsports LLC. Ms. Teague feels my involvement in the community and contribution to our local area through multiple businesses will be a valuable asset in contributing knowledge and information to facilitate decisions made by the BOCC and actively participate in any issue that may arise as required by the position. Ms. Teague resides in Doña County in the Shalem Colony area. Ms. Teague, are you here?
Good morning, Ms. Teague.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Thank you very much for having us. I just wanted to say again that I appreciate the opportunity to be able to present myself as a candidate for this position. Thank you all.
Any questions for Ms. Teague, Commissioners? Thank you. Ms. Ainsworth.
And the final applicant is Bill Sargis. Mr. Sargis is a former P&Z member serving from May 2019 to April 2023 and from 2012 to 2018. Mr. Sargis was heavily involved with the formation and drafting of both the county's comprehensive plan and the Unified Development Code. Mr. Sargis retired to Las Cruces in 2010 after a career in industrial sales and management. He also served on the Clovis, New Mexico Parks Commission from 2008 to 2010 and was formerly on the Gandia NH High School Board, serving several years. Mr. Sargis would appreciate the opportunity to continue serving the residents of Doña County and resides in the county in the Lopez Road area.
Good morning, Mr. Sargis.
Good morning, Chair and board members. I had applied to be reappointed back in April, and it was not the favor of the board, which is all right. With Commissioner Castañeda's retirement, I felt I was approached by a couple of members of staff, as well as a couple of members of the community, to go ahead and reapply. I am doing that, and my experience so far with the UDC and the other things I've done on the Planning and Zoning Commission will allow me to hit the ground running, which I think is something that is necessary since it's an interim type position. And I appreciate the opportunity to address you all and hope I get to serve again. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Sargis? Thank you, sir.
I'm just a glutton for punishment.
Ms. Ainsworth.
Commissioners, we will now hand out a ballot. And we will, if you would please make your selection for one appointee. If you made your selection, Priscilla, we'll take your ballot back so we can tally them. Madam Chair, Commissioners, we do have a majority vote. Bill Sargis received 3 votes, and I will go through the votes. Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez voted for Mr. Bill Sargis. Commissioner Diana Murillo voted as well for Bill Sargis. Commissioner Shannon Reynolds voted for Teresa Fisher. Madam Chair, Chaparro voted for Daniel Soltero, and Commissioner Sanchez voted for Bill Sargis. So Bill Sargis is appointed to the commission again.
Thank you, Ms. Ainsworth. Commissioner Sargis, congratulations and welcome back to the board. Thank you. And to the other applicants, thank you for taking the time to apply. We value your courage to do so and stand before the public and speak as to your qualifications. It's much appreciated. Thank you. Commissioners, will be moving on to agenda item number 19. And if there's no objection, it's the appeal of a Planning and Zoning Commission decision approving a special use permit to operate a cannabis microbusiness producer establishment for the cultivation of cannabis on a property located at 5750 North Star Court, north of Las Cruces, New Mexico.
Madam Chair.
Oh, I already had that down.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds.
I know when you asked earlier, did I have any objections? I'm thinking, I was looking, and I forgot about something. Item 15, 16, and 17 for the industrial revenue bonds. I think those are really quick items. I'm afraid the P&R will be a long one. If somebody has some objection to 15, 16, and 17, it might take a while, but otherwise, it'll only take a couple of minutes with each one of those. Am I wrong, Ms. Ainsworth?
I believe they should be quick.
Yeah.
You're correct.
So it might behoove us, because I know there's still a couple of people here for those as well, but we can move through those pretty quickly and then move to 19.
How many people are here for agenda items 15, 16, and 17? Commissioners, any thoughts?
We're here all day
I mean, just how long do you
Okay.
anticipate 19 is going to
Commissioner
take?
Murillo, any opinion regarding jumping into the resolutions quickly?
See, these are just industrial revenue bonds.
It'd be helpful if someone would just make a motion related to item number 15, if that's the direction we're going to go in.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Sorry, ma'am.
motion then, because we have some
Okay,
objections. as to
okay, I'll make a
proceed.
motion that we actually consider items on the agenda 15, 16, and 17 next, if we could, please.
Is there a second?
Point of order, Madam Chair. I guess what are we,
Well,
I guess I don't know what we're motioning here because we have the agenda. We've been skipping around, so I don't know that we need a motion to approve, unless you need a motion to approve item 15, and then we'll put that under consideration. I just don't understand why we need a motion to adjust the agenda when we haven't had a motion.
You don't.
Okay.
We weren't suggesting that. We were just suggesting, since there was no decision being made, that a commissioner move for the adoption of item number 15. They should be
okay,
done.
I'm sorry,
They should be done separately because
Correct.
they're
That's
dealing
correct.
with different.
Yes. I'm sorry,
Right,
Madam
and
Chair, I
it- and-
misunderstood what you
And
asked.
if I may, it wasn't just so much skipping around. I was taking into consideration the folks that were here for different agenda items. I asked if there was any opposition. There was, and there was no problem with that. But the motion was to, instead of take 15, 16, and 17
Got it.
together,
Got it.
it would be
To move on it. Got it. Okay, yes,
a
ma'am.
motion on
Yes,
50.
I make a motion that we actually pass a resolution declaring the intent of Doña County to issue industrial revenue bonds entitled Doña County, New Mexico Taxable Industrial Revenue Bonds, BSREH LLC Project Series 2023, Doña County, New Mexico Taxable Industrial Revenue Bonds, Oro Onions LLC Project Series 23, in a combined aggregate principal amount of up to $29,800,000 in connection with the proposed projects to be located within the boundaries of Doña County for the purpose of inducing HBSREH LLC and Ora Onions LLC or their successors or assigns to construct and install the projects, and directing the county clerk to publish notice of intent to consider ordinances authorizing issuance and sale of the bonds in the newspaper of general circulation within the county.
Thank you. I have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds. Do I have a second regarding agenda item number 15?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Ms. Ainsworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item, as was already read, is for a onion processing facility to be located in Santa Teresa, and they would employ at full build-out 49 full-time personnel in an 80,000 square foot facility, and they are requesting bonds of up to $29,800,000. We do have, they are being represented by Eddie Duffy, their bond counsel. We also have Chris Muirhead participating via WebEx as the county's bond counsel, in case there are any questions. It's pretty straightforward, though. If it's approved today, then we'll go ahead and publish notice for, to move forward with the ordinances, and we would bring it back to you with details on pilot payment and those other things that we include in the ordinances. And at this point, I'd like to ask if the applicant is present either in person or via WebEx, if there's, if somebody would like to speak on this item. Okay.
May
Eddie?
I please have the WebEx people identify themselves? We have an Eddie D, and I'm not sure who that is.
Bond
This is Eddie Duffy. I'm counsel to the company, and unfortunately, they were unable to make the call today. So they've asked me to be here, and they're present.
Here.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Yeah, do we only need to have a conversation with them if we have questions about it, or can we go ahead and take a vote?
Right, you can go ahead and, if you're prepared to take a vote, that's fine, unless there's questions.
Commissioners, comments, questions? Hearing none, may I have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion carries unanimously.
Item number 15, it has a resolution number. That number is going to be 2023-65.
Thank you. Without objections, Commissioners, I'd like, or if you have an objection, but I'd like to move on to agenda item number 16. May I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I make a motion for a resolution declaring the intent of Doña County to issue industrial revenue bonds on entitled Doña County, New Mexico Taxable Industrial Revenue Bonds, ITNMO Properties LLC Project Series 23 in Doña County, New Mexico Taxable Industrial Revenue Bonds, Monte Incorporated Project Series 2023 in a combined aggregate principal amount of up to $14,500,000 in connection with the proposed projects to be located within the boundaries of Doña County for the purpose of inducing each of ITNOM Properties LLC and Monte Incorporated or their successors that are assigned to construct and install projects, and directing the county clerk to publish notice of intent to consider ordinances authorizing issuance and sale of bonds in a newspaper of general circulation within the county.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds, a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioners, any questions to Ms. Ainsworth? Ms. Ainsworth, a short presentation, please.
Okay, this particular facility, also to be located in Santa Teresa, would be for the sale of, manufacturing and sale of components for electrical power distribution and related products. And at full build-out would employ 56 full-time personnel. They are also, this applicant is also represented by Eddie Duffy. And at this time, we would take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ainsworth. Any comments, commissioners, questions? May I have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries unanimously.
That item does have a resolution number. The number is 2023-66.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Sanchez.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve agenda item number 17.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve agenda item number 17. Do I have a second? I'll second that.
What's wrong with reading it entirely? It's
We
supposed to
have a
be-
motion to approve agenda item number 17 by Commissioner Sanchez. I second it. The motion, Ms. Ainsworth.
Thank you. This item, the applicant is Franklin Mountain Packaging LLC, and they are proposing an IRB for a facility for the production of corrugated sheets, digital printing, and die cutting to be located in Santa Teresa. At full build-out, they would employ approximately 60 additional full-time personnel, and the request is for an amount not to exceed $25 million in bonds. They are represented by Peter Kelton, who is participating by WebEx, and we also have representatives of the company here in the audience, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ainsworth. Commissioners, questions, comments? Hearing none, may I please have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries unanimously.
This item does have a resolution number. That number is 2023-67.
Thank you, Brandy.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner
Just-
Reynolds?
I'd like to make one comment for the public, if they, just to make, this looks like we did this without consideration to some degree, but really, we do consider these things quite seriously. And the one thing that's important to note is this is no financial obligation to the taxpayers or the county. And I want to make sure that the public is aware of that. The burden for these debts, for these bonds, is solely on the businesses that are actually receiving the bond money. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioner Sanchez?
I just want to make a comment, Madam Chair, and I hope I apologize if you took my comment about jumping around the agenda. It was not at all meant in a bad way at all. I just was making so I apologize if that's how you took my comment. That
Not
was
at all,
not what I meant,
Commissioner.
so.
I just wanted to clarify it for the people that are viewing. No offense taken at all. Commissioners, what I'd like to do is move forward with agenda item number 19. Is there an objection? Because we do have members of the public and they've been waiting a while, so is everybody cool with that? Great. So this is an appeal of a Planning and Zoning Commission decision approving a special use permit to operate a cannabis micro-business producer establishment for the cultivation of cannabis on a property located at 5750 North Star Court, north of Las Cruces, New Mexico. This is a hearing de novo. I understand that we have an interpreter available for some of the parties. And so before we commence that, I would like the interpreter to approach the podium. Good morning, and your name for the record,
I'm Jasmine Morris.
and your credentials and qualifications and certifications, please.
I'm a contractor with the county. I'm a Spanish interpreter.
But your credentials as a Spanish interpreter.
Yes.
But what are your credentials? Are you a certified court interpreter? Do you have any certification that you're holding as an interpreter?
I went to training, but not as a court interpreter.
Okay. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the interpretation you make will be true and impartial interpretation or translation in an understandable manner using your best skills and ethics in accordance with the standards of the interpreter profession?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And is your equipment ready for those who will be needing an interpreter?
I do have equipment. I was told that it would be here at the podium, but if anybody would prefer equipment, I am prepared.
Well, no, there's interpreting equipment for, Mr. Macias,
Again,
it's just
there's
that I'm
only-
used to
there-
doing it a different way, and so I'm not sure what.
Right. That would be a court setting, which of course this is not. So there's only one individual who would need the assistance of the interpreter. She certainly can sit by them and give a translation as it's occurring simultaneously. And then when that potential witness comes forward to give testimony, she can interpret for the record.
Do we know if we have anybody on the WebEx that might be using the interpreter today?
I don't believe so, but I don't know if our booth can identify anyone participating remotely. Apparently, there is not.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Interpreter, are you able to provide simultaneous interpreting?
Yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
If you would like to take a seat next to that gentleman. Okay. Okay.
Commissioners, we're just waiting for the interpretation to happen. Señor Orantia, nomás para su información, se le ha aprobado un intérprete que creo que le va a interpretar simultáneamente esta mañana. Y si no me entiende, por favor me indica inmediatamente. Gracias. Madam Interpreter, are you ready? Thank you. All right, thank you. You promised to tell the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. This application is an appeal to an approval of the Planning and Zoning Commission for a special use permit to operate a cannabis microbusiness producer. The appellant is Mr. Juan Orantia, and the property owner and applicant of the special use permit is Felipe Contreras and Noah Page. As stated, this property is at 5750 North Star. On June 22nd, the P&Z conditionally approved the special use permit. On June 22nd, 2023, the P&Z conditionally approved the special use permit. And these are the conditions. New construction proposed to be used for the cannabis establishment will be required to meet all applicable construction, fire, and life safety codes. The second condition, transportation and the shipping of cannabis products shall be by family with a cannabis courier license, non-commercial vehicles and shall be limited to the hours of 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. They will also be required a solid 6-foot security wall or fence surrounding the greenhouses per state statute. Barbed wire and razor wire are prohibited. A 12-foot landscape buffer shall be located outside of the fenced area and shall consist of minimum 50% visual obstruction along the buffer. No clients or retail sales are allowed on the property. Accessory buildings shall meet the 25-foot front setback and 5-foot rear and side setback. Additionally, the special use permit would be capped at 100 mature cannabis plants for 1 year. After the 1 year, there would be a review of the operation. If all conditions have been met, they would be allowed to increase to 200 plants. Otherwise, they would remain at 100.
Madam Chair, if I may, who does the review? Is it the county does the review or the state does the
county.
review? The county, okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you.
Subject property. This is the proposed site plan. As you can see, this is a residential property. The applicant does reside there and would have his growing operation in accessory structures on the property. The property, as you can see, is within a largely residential area. I'm just going to go on to photographs of the area so you can see. This is the subject property. And there's the notification area in red. Additional pictures of the subject property. And then photos of North Star Court. And a view of Desert Windway and North Star. So staff does recommend that the BOCC, acting as the Board of Appeals, uphold the decision of the P&Z and deny the appeal based on the findings of fact, staff analysis, agency comments, and grant conditional approval of case number SU 23-012 with the same conditions that the P&Z approved as well. And at this point, I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ainsworth. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Ainsworth? Vice Chair Shadow Hernandez? No questions, Ms. Ainsworth, for now. Thank
Madam-
you.
Madam
Commissioner
Chair,
Reynolds?
I do have one question. There's one of the attached articles, letters actually said that we're required to have a 1 acre property, and I haven't looked at the property. Is that the case, that they need to have 1 acre of property in order to become a commercial operation of this size? And number two is in fact the property more than 1 acre? Because I haven't been able to do that yet.
Okay, that is not correct. There was previously some language in the ordinance regarding agricultural assessments and properties that could have producer uses without any kind of additional approvals. As you know, or you might recall, we did amend that ordinance. And so with a special use permit, that is not required.
Okay. That's what I thought. I thought I remembered, but I hadn't found it yet in my documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions for Ms. Ainsworth? Right. May I please have the appellant step forward?
Over here at the podium. Okay, consecutive,
Good afternoon, Mr.
Buenas
Orantia.
tardes. Buenas tardes a todos.
And may we please have a bit more than the 3 minutes to allow space?
Of course, yes.
Okay, thank you. And he said, good afternoon.
Yeah, and can you speak up, Madam Interpreter, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mi
Mr.
nombre-
Orantia, would you raise your right hand? Do you promise to tell the truth?
Sí, la verdad.
Yes, the truth.
Thank you.
Bueno, estoy aquí por apelando a esta decisión que tomaron el 22 de junio.
I'm here appealing this decision that was made the 22nd of June.
Y no se me hace muy correcta
I just don't think it's right.
por la razón de que somos varios vecinos que estamos en contra
And this is because there are many neighbors that are against it.
Pensamos en nuestra salud,
And we're thinking about our health,
en nuestra seguridad,
our safety,
en la comunidad, del ruido el tráfico que se va a hacer.
and we're thinking about our community and the traffic that will be there, and the noise.
Y otra razón muy importante,
And another very important reason,
que en esa esquina es parada de camiones escolares.
that corner is a bus stop for school.
Que van a ver nuestros niños.
So what will our children see?
Como quiera, nosotros vecinos ya estamos viejos,
And us, the neighbors, we're already old,
pero los niños, es importante los niños.
but what about children? The children are important.
Eso es mi pensar, mi sentir.
So these are my thoughts, and this is how I feel.
Por esa razón, yo no estoy de acuerdo, principalmente,
So these are the reasons that I'm personally, or primarily, not in agreement.
estoy representando a todos mis vecinos, que no sé la razón por qué no están presentes.
And I'm representing all of my neighbors. I am not sure what the reason is for them not being present.
Espero que tomen una decisión favorable a la comunidad de nosotros.
And I hope that you make a decision that favors or is positive for the community.
Quisiera que alguien inspectara a la gente esta, porque se me hace que ya van adelante. Ya van un paso, dos adelante.
And I would like for somebody to go check on them or, just go see how they are doing, because it looks like they are 2 steps ahead of where they should be.
Y no se me hace correcto que tomen delantera antes de tener una solución.
I don't think it's right for them to get going or get started before there is a resolution.
Les agradezco el tiempo que me han concedido.
And thank you for the time that you have given me.
Si tienen alguna pregunta,
Do you have any questions?
estoy presente.
Thank you, Mr. Orantia. Commissioners, any questions, any comments for Mr. Orantia?
I do have
Commissioner
a-
Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And
And if we could just speak slowly so because the interpreter will be interpreting consecutively and has to capture the entire question.
Not at the speed I read that.
There you go. Slow down, Commissioner Reynolds.
Let me get my train back, sorry. Okay, the first thing, the cannabis will be harvested on the property? Yes, no? Do you know?
It's for Ms. Ainsworth. The
Oh,
question is
sorry.
for Ms. Ainsworth. Is that correct, Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes. And then I have one for, yes, maybe him.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, yes, they would be allowed to produce as well as cultivate it for wholesale distribution.
Okay, and turn it into things like CBD and other things, other products, chemicals?
No, they do not, they would not have permission to do the
Just raw
processing.
product, okay.
Just production,
Okay.
which is growing.
So my question to you, sir, is how far along are they with it and when did they start in the construction?
Tienen un invernadero clandestino ahí, una como garage,
There's an illegal,
y lo tienen,
there's the clandestine or illegal greenhouse there, so they've had it there.
ya lo tienen trabajando.
It's already in operation.
Okay,
Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, just to clarify, I asked the question just now. They do not have building permits yet.
okay, so they do not have building permits, but yet they do have a print operation that's already been there and working, and we're trying to approve that now after the fact, am I
Right,
correct?
and, this is news, obviously, to us, that they may have started, so we would obviously investigate immediately.
Well, that throws a wrench into it, in my opinion, because if we're supposed to approve something that's already existing, I think that's not, don't think we can do that.
Commissioner Reynolds, if I may, we have Mr. Orantia here to answer any questions at this moment. Do you have any further questions for Mr. Orantia?
No, I'm just trying to clarify
And
what I
I'll tell
heard.
you, it's just because of the interpreting, so I don't want it to get
No.
stuck.
I just want
So
to,
I'd
make
like for
sure.
it to flow a little better. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Madam Chair, yes, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I heard what I heard. That's all. I wanted to confirm it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other questions, commissioners?
Not yet.
For Mr. Orantia?
El señor comisionado Chana dijo que tenían que operar en un acre de propiedad para hacer ese negocio. Y
Commissioner Shannon said that they needed an acre on property so that they could have that business.
Madam Chair, I think it's the rest of me. I was asking Ms. Ainsworth if that was a requirement because of your letter.
bueno, así comenzó, usted comenzó con esa, las primeras frases que dijo que
Those were the first phrases that I heard. That was the beginning of the conversation.
que para hacer un negocio de eso se necesitaba un acre.
That to have that type of business, you need an acre.
No acabaran ni 3/4 de acre.
And it's not even 3/4 of an acre.
Madam Chair, I think he wants me to respond. I believe that Ms. Ainsworth has clarified that that's not the case.
Okay, está bien.
De nada.
Right. Commissioners, any other questions for Mr. Orantia? Mr. Orantia, I do have a question. You stated that, and we received several letters from your neighbors. How close are you to that proposed business?
Bueno, La, la respuesta es muy sencilla. Es más fácil que vaya alguien a pelear la guerra por mí que yo ir a la guerra.
Well, the response is very simple. It's easier for somebody to fight the battle for me than for me to fight the battle.
No sé si entendí bien su pregunta.
I'm not sure I got your question clearly.
No, and it wasn't a criticism by any means. How close is your property to this proposed business?
Estoy a la puerta siguiente. Next
door.
Next door.
Okay, and you mentioned a bus stop that stops there. Elementary, mid-school students?
Primaria y elemental.
Elementary.
Elemental.
Okay, and you also mentioned that there is already an operating greenhouse.
Es correcto.
How long has it been in operation that you know of?
Yo tengo fijándome como unos 5 meses para atrás.
As far as I have noticed, about 5 months.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Oranz. Yeah, anything else, commissioners? Thank you, sir. Any questions for Ms. Ainsworth, commissioners, before we move forward? Ms. Ainsworth, the names of the business owners, I had them jotted down, but I have misplaced my sheet.
The
Felipe
property owner and
Contreras.
applicant Felipe Contreras and Noe Page, who I believe are here as well.
All right, Mr. Contreras and Mr. Page, would you like to address the commission? And if you'd step forward one at a time and identify yourself, please.
Felipe Contreras, I'm the owner of 5750 North Star Court.
Mr. Contreras, do you promise to tell the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead. Did you have anything to say, Mr. Contreras?
Yes, so when they first legalized the marijuana licensing and, made it legal for the state, I wanted to try and do something, to see if we can get into some of the sales and trying to help out we're trying to do it for medical use and stuff. So I do have a makeshift garage that I kind of made a makeshift greenhouse that we're allowed to grow 12 plants legally, in flower. We're allowed to have 12 plants in flower. And the smaller veg plants, there's really not a limit to those that I'm aware of that I've looked into. But we have been kind of doing some R&D, some research and development to see if we could actually do this before we even applied for the permit, to see if we were capable of actually doing this. And so once, we learned that we probably could figure out how to do this, that's when we applied for the license, so that we could try and start the business up. So basically, we've just been practicing in hopes that we do get approved for the license.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Contreras?
Not for him.
Thank you.
Because we just kind of wanted to get a feel for what soil runs, kind of water we're going to be using and stuff like that if we were approved. So that's why we didn't want to jump into getting a license and permit and then just be totally blind, when we have the means of trying to get a jump on it in advance.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Page, is there anything you'd like to say to address the commission, sir? Do you promise to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you identify yourself, please?
Would I like to what?
Identify yourself, please.
Noah Michael Page. I live at 366 Barber Rock Court.
Would you move the microphone closer? Thank you.
Okay. So there seems to be a little bit of confusion on the type of license that we're applying for, because I saw those letters that were sent to you guys, and they're basically about a dispensary. That's not at all what we're trying to do. Of course, you know this. So there's not going to be any traffic. There's not going to be any impact on the neighborhood. The other point I wanted to make was on him saying that we started, yes, but it was an existing building. It was a garage that's been there for 20 years. And we just started growing plants inside that garage. So we didn't need permits because we didn't build it. So our plans are to get a greenhouse off to the side and get a permit for that as soon as this is approved. Then we move on to that. So we haven't built anything that needs to be investigated. You're more than welcome to come and take a look at it, but we're not doing anything out of the realm that we should be doing. So, of course, I think that's about it. Everything else was covered.
Thank you, Mr. Page. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Page?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Okay, let me make sure I heard you correctly, because it's not, you weren't loud enough for me to hear everything. I'm getting old.
sorry.
That's okay. So you said you already have an existing greenhouse that you built for the purposes of something else?
It's not a greenhouse, it's a garage.
Okay.
So we're just growing plants inside of a garage.
Okay, so you're growing plants inside the garage. I think you said that there's less than 12 minus the little ones or something in the experiment?
Yeah, what you're allowed to by law, the 12 plants, the mature 12 plants, which we don't, but small plants, you're allowed to grow a few other ones. And that's research and development that we're doing to see if it's feasible, if we can do it, before we spend a whole lot of money getting into this project that we want to do for medicinal cannabis.
Okay.
So, no, we haven't built an existing, or we didn't build a greenhouse. Yeah.
Okay, so what is your application permit exactly are you trying to get? Because I'm confused now with what they said, what you said, what I'm reading, and what she said. I'm sorry. So what exactly are you trying to permit? What's your permit request?
A greenhouse on his property. I don't know if you saw in the photos where there was a camper parked there. We were going to move that out of the way, put a greenhouse there, just a hoop house, and cultivate inside the greenhouse. So we're just going to be growing plants. Yeah, right there, if you can see it. We're just going to be growing plants. And by state regulations, we have to build our 6-foot fence, so no one's going to see anything. If they do, all they're going to see is a greenhouse. We're going to control the odors. There's not going to be no smells. Fertilizers, it's just going to be the stuff that you would buy to grow your tomatoes.
Okay, how big is your greenhouse? How big is the greenhouse?
It was going to be 20 foot by 70 foot.
Okay.
And it would fit in that spot.
Okay, now doesn't the permit also request that you are approved to do commercial sales?
No, we're going to do wholesale. Nobody will ever come to our property. We're not a dispensary. We're going to grow it, package it, and then deliver it to the dispensaries.
Okay.
So
I'm
no.
confused. I thought that is commercial sales. And what commercial sales is defined as is you basically grow it, package it, and then
yes.
ship it to somebody or sell it to somebody someplace else?
Yes.
That's not the same thing?
Yeah, I guess I misunderstood the question.
Okay. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. I have a question. So in the growing and packaging of your product, how many employees do you anticipate being on your property?
0. It's family ran. It's only 100 plants. It's not very much. He and I will take care of him as long as his wife and son. So there's no extra employees.
Okay, thank you.
So there'll be no additional traffic as far as employees coming or going or anything like that?
I'm sorry, sir, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, if you might be able to speak
Yes.
into the microphone.
Yes, there won't be any additional traffic due to employees because there won't be any. It's just going to be us and my son that lives there and on the property with us and my wife.
Except me, I'm his best friend, so I'm always there.
Yeah, so he comes and goes. But other than that, there won't be employees or anything else other than us.
Okay, thank you.
Live on the residence and Mr. Page.
Commissioners, any other questions? Thank you.
Madam Chair, I do have a question, but I think it'll be for Ms. Ainsworth.
Thank
Yes.
you, Commissioner Sanchez. Thank you,
Thank you.
gentlemen. Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Ainsworth, what is do we have a process in place where community development will go and review whether any of the cannabis businesses have implemented all of the smell mitigation, all the things that have been indicated on their original application?
We do through the building permit process. when they apply for building permit, obviously we do inspections before we can do the final and then allow them to use their whatever buildings, or if they're rehabbing buildings. At that point, we do the inspection. In situations like this, where a special use permit has conditions that we have to go out and do another inspection, then we would obviously be looking to make sure that everything is maintained and they haven't changed anything from what was originally approved.
Is there any type of recurrence that happens on the inspection? And I think one of the, in particular, I guess I am concerned about would be, again, around the smell mitigation. When we have these types of businesses, and I understand that we approved the ordinance that would allow this, I just wasn't sure if there's a recurrence to the inspection or if it would be based off of maybe complaints from the local neighborhood indicating that maybe that they're smelling something, and then we would go out and re-inspect.
If there's a complaint, obviously we will inspect for any commercial establishment. There would be annual fire inspections, and sometimes we find out about issues that way.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Ms. Ainsworth.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Any other questions, commissioners?
Oh, thank you. Madam Chair, I move that the board convene in closed session in connection with an administrative adjunctory proceeding as authorized by the Open Meetings Act 1015-1H3.
There is a motion to convene in a closed session regarding the agenda item number 19 appeal.
Second.
Do I have a second by Commissioner Reynolds? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Chair Chaparro?
Yes, and the motion carries unanimously. The time is 12:42. We'll be going into a closed session regarding the appeal on agenda item number 19. in order at 7 after 1 p.m. Chris?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Schultz.
let the record reflect that nothing was discussed in closed session other than the items identified in the motion to go into closed session.
I have a motion.
Madam Chair, I also have a motion.
Vice Chair Shalder Hernandez.
Sorry, it's a long one. I move that the Board of County Commission conditionally approve the special use permit in case number SCU 23-012 submitted by No Page, applicant for Felipe Contreras, property owners to operate a cannabis microbusiness producer establishment for the cultivation of cannabis. The BOCC hereby finds the property is outside of any incorporated municipal zoning authority and is within Doña County. Therefore, the Board of County Commission has jurisdiction to hear the case. Pursuant to Statute 350-104, Administrative Authority and Duties, the Board of County Commission may receive, hear, and make final determinations to approve with conditions, or deny applications for special use permits as prescribed by and subject to the procedures established herein. Public notice requirements have been met as prescribed in Statute 350-204, special use permits, SUPL, sub L. Pursuant to Statute 350-204, D, decisional criteria, the SUP is consistent with the health, safety, and general welfare of the residents of the county per the intent of the UDC. Pursuant to Statute 350-501, zoning districts, Table 5.1, land use classification matrix, cannabis microbusinesses requires a special use permit in the low-density residential zone. Pursuant to 350-502, G2, the cannabis establishment is not located within 300 feet of a school, K through 12, or a daycare center. The Cannabis Regulation Act includes a social and economic equity mandate. It encourages adoption of procedures to promote and encourage full participation in the cannabis industry of representatives of communities that have been disproportionately harmed by rates of arrest through the enforcement of cannabis prohibitions and encourage racial, ethnic, gender, geographic diversity, and New Mexico residency among licensed applicants, licensees, and cannabis industry employees. Policies must also encourage representatives from rural communities that are likely to be impacted by cannabis production, including agricultural producers from economically disadvantaged communities. Pursuant to Statute 350-502 G9, the Board of County Commissioners may apply conditions to a special use permit in order to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. The special use permit is approved with the following conditions. 1, new construction proposed to be used for the cannabis establishment will be required to meet all applicable construction, fire, and life safety codes. 2, transportation and the shipping of cannabis productions shall be by family with a cannabis courier license, non-commercial vehicles, and shall be limited to the hours of 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. A solid 6-foot security wall or fence surrounding the greenhouse per state statute must be installed. Razor wire or barbed wire is prohibited. A 12-foot landscaping buffer shall be located outside the fenced area and shall consist with a minimum of 50% visual obstruction along the buffer length. See Statute 350-507, Landscaping, Buffering, Fencing, and Additional Requirements. Number 5. No clients or retail sales Number 5, no clients or retail sales are allowed on the property. Number 6, accessory buildings shall meet the 25-foot setbacks and the 5-foot rear and side setbacks. Number 7, approval of the SUP will only be for the microproduction and cultivation of up to 100 mature cannabis plants for a period of 1 year. After 1 year, a review of the operation will be conducted by county staff to ensure compliance of the conditions herein. If the conditions have not been met, the applicant will be allowed to proceed with the microproduction and cultivation of up to 200 mature cannabis plants. If the conditions have not been met, the applicant will be limited to 100 mature cannabis plants. Madam Chair.
Thank you for your motion, Vice Chair Shelter Hernandez. Do I have a second?
I second.
I have a second by Commissioner Murillo. May I please have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Point of order, do we need a discussion before taking the vote, or do we just take the vote?
If you would like to add something, Commissioner Reynolds, I was under the assumption we had discussed everything in closed session, but please feel free to add anything.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that from reviewing all the information that we had available to us at this time in the request for the appeal, there was not enough information to take action on the appeal at this time. I mean, action to take the appellate's position on this. So we didn't have sufficient evidence to act on that. And that's all I want to say. Thank you. And yes, I approve.
Again, Madam Chair, that's certainly the prerogative of the individual commissioner to be able to comment during the discussion of the motion, but that's not part of the motion and the findings that were read by Commissioner
Correct.
Hernandez.
That's correct. It is not part of the official motion. That's correct.
Thank you. And I apologize, Commissioner Reynolds. What was your vote? I was writing.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Commissioner Sanchez stepped out momentarily.
Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Chair Chaparro.
Yes, so this is 4-0. And so it carries. And commissioners, before we continue to the next agenda item, thank you everyone for being here for this hearing. Madam Interpreter, thank you. I know that interpreting at the speed that we were talking at some point was difficult, but it's much appreciated. All right, we'll move on to agenda item number 12. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Murillo. Do I have a second? I'll second the motion. This is agenda item number 12, resolution amending resolution number 2018-47, Healthcare Assistant Program Criteria and Procedures. Ms. Michael, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Good afternoon. Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department, and with me is also Norberto Godina, who is our manager. He and his team oversee the Counties Healthcare Assistance Program. He also serves as the Association of Counties Chair of the Health Services Affiliate. And we are here today seeking some amendments to county resolution that sets the criteria and procedures for the county's healthcare assistance program. So just a couple level setting statements. The county's healthcare assistance program is governed and directed by state statute, and it is not health insurance. So it is not intended to provide people with full comprehensive coverage. It is intended to help people who are able to meet all of their regular bills and able to, through their income and assets, are able to manage paying bills. But because of an unforeseen healthcare issue, they may have additional healthcare costs that are a financial burden for the individual or family. So that's the intent. And we do work hand in hand with the New Mexico Medicaid program, because that really is the program intended to give people full comprehensive insurance and cover all of the gaps. So we are asking for 6 amendments or changes to the resolution, and you have a summary of those in the executive summary, as well as the current resolution with the changes, like a red line version with the changes indicated on that resolution. So the first 2 are really just administrative changes. One is to update the language in the resolution to be consistent with the state statute. So we just added the statement there. And the other one is to be consistent with the changes that were made to the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act. So those 2 changes are primarily administrative changes. And then the third change that we're looking at was based on a conversation with the New Mexico Center for Law and Poverty, and really looking at how do we make the criteria as clear as possible when it relates to sensitive information such as immigration status. So the way the county's healthcare assistance program is set up, as it's mandated by the state statute, is we are the payer of last resort. So if someone qualifies for, is eligible for, or can get coverage from any other source, they have to go to those other sources first. This is for people who do not qualify or are not eligible for other coverage. And the Affordable Care Act lays out hardship exemptions, other exemptions, and exclusions. So those are circumstances when an individual does not qualify for Medicaid and cannot purchase insurance on the exchange. So that proves that we are the payer of last resort. And one of the exclusions from the health exchange or other coverage is related to immigration status. So we've made some changes to that language just to make it more clear that it's not excluding people from the county's healthcare assistance program. In fact, it's a way for them to qualify for the county's healthcare assistance program. So I think I will stop there and see if there are any questions about that change, just because that one is a more substantive change.
Thank you, Ms. Michaels. Commissioners, any questions to this point? No questions, no comments. Please
Wonderful.
proceed.
Thank you. I will move on to the 4th change, which is related to the types of service that the healthcare assistance program will include. And what we are doing here is basically several years ago, our department went through a needs assessment. We asked community members what are priorities related to health and human services. And that is what has driven how we spend our health care and indigent dollars. So primary care, dental care, and behavioral health, along with end of life and physical therapy, were priorities that were the result of that planning process. So for the past, I think, probably 10 to 14 years, we've been funding and including those services with the healthcare assistance program. So I just wanted the resolution to clearly identify those services that we're already covering. In addition, I have added long COVID treatment because we know now that many people are experiencing side effects related to long COVID, and many of those side effects impact their ability to work, to go to school, to participate in daily activities. And we also know that there are some fairly simple therapies and rehab services that can help people overcome that. So we would like the option to include long COVID as one of the services that we can go out and contract for and cover if someone needs those types of services and qualifies for the program. So again, I'll stop there. Any questions about the changes to the types of services?
Any questions, commissioners? No questions. Please proceed, Ms. Michaels.
Thank you. The next change is to the cap, the dollar amount that we will cap the program. So an individual within the fiscal year, current resolution says there is a cumulative cap per individual of $25,000, and we are asking to increase that to $5,000. It has not been increased in well over 10 years, and so we just think it's prudent to take a look at the cap that we're including in, and this is directly related to reimbursement of claims that hospitals that are out of the county send us. 50. So we're asking to go from 25 and increase it to 50. Thank you.
Any questions, commissioners? Commissioner Reynolds.
I do have a question about that. Thank you, Madam Chair. So what pool does this money come out of? Does it come out of money that's already given to us and we have a limit? Or, so let's say we get 10, we get, what does that say, 50,000? Let's say we get $10 million in indigent funds. When we run out of those at $50,000 apiece, do we stop providing the reimbursement? Or do we have other funds available to us?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, the way the state statute reads is the county commission gets to allocate the amount of money each year, and regardless of this cap, once that budgeted amount is out, then we would stop providing any kind of reimbursement. But we have not had that circumstance since I've been in the position. But we would stop reimbursing for services if we run out of money.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to clarify, yeah, is if we run out of money, what do we do?
Correct. The commission could choose to change the budget each year and increase it. So if I come to you in February saying we're out of funds, we don't have any more funds in the budget to cover healthcare assistance services, you all could choose to increase the budget. But the decision for how much is allocated for this program each year lies with the county commission.
Okay, now isn't this also based on a grant that we get from the state to cover this? Or is this money that we basically just put in our budget?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, this is all county gross receipts tax. There is no state funding. In fact, we have to send a good portion of what we collect in this GRT to the state to support the Medicaid program and the safety net care pool.
Okay, I was aware of that. Yeah, just said, okay. I wanted to try and understand the total picture on the financing. So if we got halfway through the year and we ran out of money and we had a desperate need because of a lot of, let's say, long COVID or some sort of crisis, we could actually address that by allocating additional funds to this program. That's what you're saying?
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, the commission can do that at any point, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other questions or comments?
Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez.
Ms. Michael, is there any ARPA funding left that we have put aside prior commission into something like this? Wasn't there like $1 million or $1.5 million? What is the status of that money and where are we using it exactly?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Sheljo Hernandez, when it was initially allocated, it was for hospital bills related to the treatment of COVID, and at that point, it was clear that state and federal money was already reimbursing for that acute treatment of the COVID diagnosis. So now that we have a little perspective and we've been able to see the consequence of COVID, primarily long COVID, that's why we're asking to include this. And there is still $1 million allocated in the ARPA funds that if we go out to procure this service, that would be included. So we would use those funds first.
So, okay, perfect. So we're going to use the ARPA money before we dip into the money that we allocated in the budget for this type of service.
Yes,
Okay,
correct.
perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Shelder Hernandez. Any other questions, commissioners?
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. The last change is, in addition to reimbursing out-of-county hospital claims, we also included in here reimbursing cancer treatment, and including that same criteria. People will have to qualify for the program, and we've also included the same annual cumulative gap of $50,000 per year. And we've also said that treatment that we contract for, the cancer treatment that we contract for, will not exceed the New Mexico Medicaid rate for any reimbursement.
Questions, commissioners? Comments?
Just a quick question. So for reimbursement, it would be within the fiscal year that we would be reimbursing, or how far back do we go for that?
So would we reimburse claims through this process? It is within the fiscal year.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Shelder Hernandez. Any other questions or comments? Anything else, Ms. Michaels?
No, that's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any other member of the public that'd like to approach the podium and address the commission? Ms. Diaz, would you please identify yourself and remember you have 3 minutes?
Good afternoon. It's not morning anymore. Madam Chair, County Commissioners, County Manager, staff, and public. My name is Yoli Diaz, Executive Director of Cancer Aid Resource and Education. I would like to begin by saying thank you for amending Doña County's Healthcare Assistance Program. You can't have quality of life if you can't access health care. As you know, I've been advocating for access to health care, including cancer treatment, for some time now. I also want to say thank you for including the section of cancer treatment coverage in the county's healthcare assistance program, since this was a gap of healthcare service to the most vulnerable population of Doña County. I believe that this is a good faith effort on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners. On a positive note, I believe that Doña County has now taken a 180-degree turn and that it has set precedents with adding cancer treatment, which was needed to provide a solution to some health disparities and inequities. For this, I am very grateful. Regarding the resolution, I would like you to consider the input of possibly 2 items. 1, the major of the gaps in healthcare services is diagnostic testing. I would like to see that this language is added. Some of the residents I have assisted have included that residents have issues in receiving diagnostic testing and that they are uninsured. Please consider that treatment works best when cancer is detected early. Detection of some cancers at an early stage combined with prompt treatment permits less aggressive treatment, leading to a better quality of life of the patient, and is associated with significantly reduced mortality. 2, on item 2, the process section E, if it doesn't cover this, please consider another item. Another issue I have seen is that some residents have long waits in getting appointments. I believe that the consideration for any provider that provides both diagnostic testing and cancer treatment needs to be considered. The true reason some residents have not accessed the care they need when they need it is due to being uninsured, underinsured, the cost, whether not being able to pay at all or not being able to pay the high cost of the estimate. In other words, unaffordable. Thus, the first barrier of cost is solved in the resolution. That's the big one. Prompt treatment may involve the consideration of any provider that can provide the treatment and be paid the Medicaid rate, because at the end of the day, we're talking about the same cost. I still believe that there's work to be done. My concerns include the knowledge of this problem in accessing healthcare in the first place. In 2011, there was a community-wide effort in Doña County to discuss the challenges in implementing the Affordable Care Act in Doña County. I can't keep talking. I thought if it was an item, I could say it.
3 minutes.
Really? I thought it was going to be allowed more because I have a heck of a lot more to say. Do I have to continue this?
Ms. Diaz, I'm happy to meet with you outside of the commission meeting and discuss some of your recommendations.
Okay, I'd be happy with that, but I'd also like the commissioners to know. So what I can do is probably, because I do want this to be public, because I think it's very important, especially with the other issues that we do have, because there's still issues within the lease. And I really want you all to hear what I have to say. So I will continue it. I'm happy to meet with anyone to be able to improve health outcomes in Doña County.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Commissioners, any other questions or comments? I do have a comment, and I need to thank Ms. Michaels and her staff, because I think this is an important step to the county moving forward. Is it a perfect plan? No. Is it an excellent plan at this time? Yes. And we do it little by little, working together, listening to the public, and coming before this commission and having thoughtful and well-rounded conversations. So, Ms. Michael, to you and your department, great job. Thank you. Anything else, Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Michaels, the comment that Ms. Diaz said about adding diagnostic testing to this, I actually think that may have some merit. What are your thoughts?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, it is difficult to prioritize the type of healthcare services that people may need. When I talk to emergency department staff, they say dialysis is the top of the list. When you talk to, it depends who you talk to. There are so many unmet needs in our community that we really are in a position where we have to use our resources the best we can and unfortunately prioritize. So my recommendation would be to let's give this some time to see how many people are in need of cancer care and how much that is going to cost the program, and then look at what ability we have to add different services over time. We also, through the relationship with Memorial Medical Center, they do cover quite a few diagnostic testing. We do reimburse the federally qualified healthcare centers for primary care, and that can include some testing. We also, I will confirm with the New Mexico Department of Health, because they've had programs in the past for specific types of cancer screening. So I think learning more about what is already available first before we add a longer list of services. We're already spending over $10 million for the healthcare assistance program each year, and at some point, we do have to prioritize. The other thing I would say is, I think our greatest, so to meet all of these gaps, I think the greatest thing we can do to help people is to help them get back on Medicaid or purchase insurance on the exchange, because then they do have comprehensive coverage. This program is never going to be comprehensive and meet everyone's needs. But if we can get people on Medicaid or get people insured through the exchange, then they will have comprehensive care.
Yeah, thank you. This makes me think about something else that I should have thought about, and I have thought about, just not till now, about how extensive it could be. Is it possible that you could actually prepare a presentation for us, giving us a kind of a breakdown of how the medical situation is today? I mean, i.e., how many, I know the percentage of people who have diabetes is like in the 50% or something like that or better in ages. Is there some way you could do a presentation to prepare us to understand a better, clear picture about what the challenges are in healthcare in the county and what the, I know what the resources we have, the resources being used. You might want to do it with another organization, I don't know, LC3 or something, but it'd be nice to have a one meeting where we can actually say, this is kind of the state of healthcare in the county. This is what the city does. This is what the county does. This is what the state does. This is what the federal government does. And then help us to understand ways that we could possibly increase our ability to do a good job of mapping out the coverage. And as you said, use our resources wisely, to cover the most important things. And I'm not sure that I'm educated enough in this area to make really good decisions or even make good recommendations without your advice, Lisa's advice, and other people in the community. So I'd love to have a half an hour presentation on exactly what that profile looks like for the county today.
And if I just may, Commissioner Reynolds, because I don't think I understood perfectly, are you asking for a presentation based on the top 10 medical issues or across board? I'm not understanding.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I apologize.
No, that's a fair question, because when I think
Because there's
about.
so many diseases out there.
Exactly,
I'm just
exactly.
thinking what you're requesting
Well, see,
Ms. Michaels to do. And
When I think of the community, I mean, there's a couple of things that we can look at and go, yes, that's a problem. Diabetes is one of them. It's hard to ignore that. Kidney disease is one of the things that actually is caused by diabetes. And then, so we look at the root cause of the problem, which is diabetes, and then how do we actually test for diabetes? Well, we do an A1C test, and if you can test for diabetes and get your A1C under control, then generally we don't go down that route. So I guess that's the kind of profile I'm looking for is what are the top 10, maybe what are the top 20, where's the money going, basically? Where are the resources going, where are the resources needed? Okay, basically where they're needed, where they're going, and let's deal with what is the prevailing challenges that we have so we can see those. If they should fall in the top 10 or top 15. But there may be some minuscule thing out there that only happens in Doña County, like uranium poisoning or something, okay? Because we know that's all over the place here. So if there's something that is unusual, then yes, we talk about that, even though it may not be in the top 10, but it may be prevalent just in this area. So yeah, I would like to have a presentation on that so to prepare us for these kind of discussions where we can participate more intelligently. Okay?
So
knowledge, maybe not intelligently, because intelligence and knowledge are not the same thing, maybe more knowledgeably anyway.
All right, so the top 10 health issues in the county?
Yeah.
Okay.
And kind of profile that for us.
So,
Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you for the clarification. Commissioner Reynolds, we do have primary data, which is data that we collect directly from the healthcare providers for the population of people who are served under the healthcare assistance program. So there is, I think, about 5,000 people enrolled in the program, and Norberto's data can tell you why they go to the doctor, why they seek primary care, dental care, or behavioral health. So we can give you that primary data that describes the demographics of the population. So the 5,000 people, we can tell you most are men, most are this age. We can give you that type of information, which I think is, because that's the subset of the population that this program is trying to serve. The healthcare assistance program isn't serving the entire population, but we do have a state of health report that we produce with the local health council. And that does give, I think it gives the top 5 morbidity and mortality. And it also looks at health equity. So it looks by zip code, where are the greatest years of life lost in our community. So if I can start by sharing that report with you, both the county's healthcare assistance program report and that state of health report, and maybe from there you can give me some direction on what you would like to see, or maybe the information in those 2 reports will answer your questions.
Thank you.
Does that suffice, Commissioner Reynolds?
Well, I was going to say the
to
only
begin
thing.
with?
I'm sorry?
To begin with?
Well, the only thing that's missing from that is actually where the money comes to pay for those services. And I think that's also something that what resources do we use and what do we allocate? What does the state government provide services for? What does the federal government provide services for? And what are the gaps in that? So I think if you took what you're talking about there, you map that over the resources that are available to treat those and deal with those situations, I think that would be the picture I'd be looking for, is to take it one step further. So I understand financially what kind of burden it is on the county and other resources that we have in the community. I think that would kind of complete the picture. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other questions, commissioners? Thank you. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion carries unanimously.
This item does have a resolution number. That resolution number is 2023-67.
Thank you, Brandy. We'll move now on to agenda item number 13, award contract to Mountain State Constructors, Inc. to widen and strengthen runway 1028 at Doña County International Jetport for the amount of $17,285,470 and no change. Mr. Province, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. Also, I'm Bill Province, the airport manager, and also joining us by WebEx, I believe, is Dumas Slade from Bohannon, Houston, who is the consulting engineer for the airport.
Sorry, I apologize for the distraction.
Okay. I will be going over the project, the timeline, and the funding for the project. The goal of the project is to develop air cargo operations at the jetport. To do that, we need to strengthen, widen the runway, reconfigure the connecting taxiways, and widen the 1,000-foot portion of taxiway Alpha to increase the weight capacity to handle a 255,000-pound dual tandem wheel aircraft. In other words, a Boeing 757. We are here to request you award the construction contract to Mountain States Constructors in the amount of $17,285,470, which excludes the GRT. Runway construction at the airport with a single runway is difficult. To not close the runway, the taxiway will first be converted to a temporary runway, just as it was in 2019 when we rebuilt the runway the first time. The runway will then be closed and construction will begin. The runway will be widened by 25 feet on each side. The runway is now 100 feet wide, which will make it 150 feet wide and 9,550 feet long. The runway shoulders will be paved out another 25 feet to meet the FAA standards. The connecting taxiways from the runway to the parallel taxiway will be constructed with the strength and geometry to handle a Boeing 757-200 series cargo aircraft. The connecting taxiways are shown in yellow. Taxiway Alpha is parallel to the runway, which is the bottom asphalt there. Connecting taxiways are labeled starting from the east end as Alpha 1, Alpha 2, etc. through Alpha 5. Alpha 1 at the right end, the right side, will be strengthened to the geometry to handle the larger turning radius of the 757. The current Alpha 2, which is the second vertical line there, will be removed and repositioned to the 1/4 point of the runway, which is in yellow, to handle the turning radius of the 757. Alpha 3, which is the current Alpha 3 is the small, narrow vertical line that will be reduced, so it will not be a taxiway, and it will be used for emergency vehicle access only, no aircraft. current Alpha 4, which is in the far left of the diagram, but in the center of the runway, will be renamed as Alpha 3. It will be repaved to bring up to the same height as the new runway after it's strengthened. The aircraft that can stop in the middle of the runway will continue to be able to use that. Large cargo jet aircraft will not be able to stop using by the middle of the runway. The new Alpha 3 is on the far right of the diagram. Alpha 4 will be constructed at the 3/4 point, similar to Alpha 2. Alpha 5 at the left end of the diagram will be strengthened and the geometry configured to handle the 757, similar to Alpha 1 at the other end. Since we received the grant in October of 2022, we have been furiously planning for this construction. The RFP for the construction went out in July of 2023, and the bid opening was on August 9th of 2023. Mountain States plans to start work upon receipt of the notice of award and anticipates completion in 9 months. Funding for this project is through the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund, or CSFRF. This is a federal fund provided to the state of New Mexico, of which $20 million was subawarded to Doña County by the Governor Grisham for the development of cargo operations at the jetport. According to the terms of the grant, all funds must be obligated by the county by December 31st of 2024, and all funds expended and reimbursement requests sent to the state by July 15th of 2025. Although this is not an FAA grant, in order to receive any future grants from the FAA, this project has been coordinated with the FAA and the design approved by the FAA. This slide depicts what the runway layout will look like in its final form. The project will start with the conversion of taxiway Alpha to a temporary runway, and that will start almost as immediately after the approval of the award. Any questions?
Thank you, Bill. And commissioners, any comments, any questions? May I have a roll call vote, please?
I'm sorry, I missed a
Oh, was there a
motion.
motion? I apologize. I thought we had a motion.
No,
All right, may I
so
have a
moved.
motion, please?
Commissioner Murillo moved to approve.
Did she?
Yes.
There's a motion by Commissioner Murillo to, for this motion, may I have a second, please? To award the contract.
Second.
I have a second by Vice Chair Shelter Hernandez. Any discussion, commissioners?
Madam Chair, just a quick question.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Not specifically tied to the runway, but as we were talking about working with the FAA, I was just curious what if we made any further progress on the deal working with Franklin Mountain Partners and the FAA.
In fact, we had a discussion just before this meeting. There's still some language impediments that Franklin Mountain is dealing with. So we were having a discussion related to strategy in terms of communicating with the FAA attorneys related to the impediments that have been identified within the deed that was issued through FAA. So we're still working diligently to see if we can resolve those issues.
Okay,
and we have been since the last time that we were here in front of the commission.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Any other questions, commissioners? All right, now we're ready for a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries unanimously. Commissioners, we'll now move on to agenda item number 18, an ordinance amending the building code. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Murillo. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Ms. Ainsworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an ordinance amending the building code to mirror what the state of New Mexico adopted. They update their codes every few years, and they recently adopted the 2021 international codes with state amendments. And so typically, the county will adopt verbatim what they adopted with some additional local amendments suited to our community. The state does require jurisdictions to adopt the codes that they adopt, and so we're here before you to request the approval. And I just want to highlight the changes, the major changes in the code for the International Building Code 2021, which is the commercial code. Revised requirement for metal composite materials, exterior wall systems, use of intermodal shipping containers as buildings, supplementing existing requirements. The 2017 ICC ANSI A1171 accessibility standard. Risk Category 3, clarification of mixed occupancy buildings with assembly spaces. Mass timber buildings and 3 new types of construction recognized in the code. And business occupant load factors updated for both general office and call centers. And then highlights of the International Residential Code 2021. Emergency escape and rescue opening requirements are updated for a pathway to the public way. Habitable attics are limited to 1/2 the area of the story below, addressing story limits in the IRC. Updated wind speed maps. Townhouse separations include compliance options for the fire-resistant rated construction between units. New tables address alternative wood stud heights in high wind areas. Requirements for energy storage systems in 1 and 2 family dwellings to facilitate implementation of this technology while addressing thermal runaway risk. And appendices address new construction methods, including tiny homes and 3D printing. And I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ainsworth. Commissioners, comments, questions? Hearing none, may I please have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries
This does-
unanimously. Go
I
ahead.
apologize for the interruption. This does have an ordinance number. That number is going to be 340-2023.
Thank you, Brandy. We will now move on to agenda item number 20, correspondence received by Doña County.
We have a few today. We have Clinton Thacker versus Doña County, Ray Gutierrez versus Doña County, Brian Wiley versus Doña County, and Sandra Brown versus Doña County.
Thank you, Brandy.
Madam Chair, could I
Mr.
just give some information to the commission? Senator Joseph Cervantes, I believe he chairs the Courts Corrections Interim Committee. They apparently began meeting today for 3 days. He's going to host a reception at his home this evening, and he asked me if I would just extend the invitation to all of you, to anyone who might want to attend this evening. I think it would be a good opportunity to mix with legislators from different parts of the state. The address is 5075 Wind Summit Place. And
Are we
it's up
sure
there.
we want this to go out to the public, the address?
Well, It's,
Okay.
it's out there anyway, just like it
Okay.
is for all of us. 5075,
And the time, Mr. Macias?
6 o'clock this evening.
Madam Chair, I
Vice Chair.
motion that the board convene in closed session, discuss a limited personnel matter related to complaints against an employee and authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Statute 10-15-1 H2.
I have a motion to convene in closed session. May I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Shelter Hernandez, a second by Commissioner Murillo. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Chair Chaparro.
Yes, we are off the record for now at 1:58 PM. Thank you. Calling this meeting back to order at 8 minutes after 2 p.m.
Madam Chair, let the record reflect that nothing was discussed in closed session other than the items identified in the motion when we went into closed session.
Thank you, Vice Chair Shaldo Hernandez. Commissioners, anything else before we adjourn?
No, Madam Chair.
We are adjourned at 8 minutes after 2.